This is the Keeper's Pond on top of the Blorange Mountain. Just over the brow you have Blaenavon, crucible of the Industrial Revolution. The waters of this pond used to be piped down to the town's ironworks, now a World Heritage Site, but once a red-hot powerhouse of heavy industry. And over there you have the Sugarloaf, the Black Mountains, beautiful, unspoilt Wales stretching north and west. We live in a time when the question of independence for Wales is gaining traction, indie curiosity. Even from up here, the problem is out of sight. Westminster, home of the landlord who long ago came and took, who in the more recent time of the Industrial Revolution came and took even more, which would be sort of okay if the taking had come with any putting back, reinvesting, making good. No, license to take was always more applied than the responsibility to replace. Take the spoils here and leave the scars there, industrially and culturally. Smother the language, outbid the locals. Welsh language? Oh, no thank you. A second home? How delightful. The sense of abandonment is plainly visible up here, even if every effort is made to spin neglect into something quaintly historical. It's like castles as ancient monuments, lovely for a picnic, but built originally to fortify the presence of the invader, now the landlord, over there. It can be bleak up here, but it is ultimately glorious. Your imagination can roam up here. Ideas can take hold. Our land, free of the landlord. Our land, run by us. The idea, like the old ironworks, it needs to be watered to work, to grow. We, must become political. The only party that embraces independence for Wales is Plaid Cymru.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Eddie. Pnawn da. Croeso nôl i chi I gynhadledd wanwyn ddigidol Plaid Cymru, wrth gwrs. Welcome back to the Digital Spring Conference. Mae gennym ni sesiwn brynhawn llawn dop ar eich cyfer chi, gan gynnwys araith glo arbennig gan gyfarwyddwr ymgyrch etholiadol 2021 wrth gwrs, ac arweinydd y blaid yn San Steffan, Liz Saville-Roberts. Liz will complete our journey around Wales, but now, well, let's join Helen Mary Jones for her speech. Helen Mary is Plaid Cymru's spokesperson for the economy, tackling poverty and transport, and chaired a panel session on poverty and social justice during our programme yesterday. Felly, draw ni nawr at Helen.
Cyfeillion, this has been a year like no other. Few of us thought a year ago, when the pandemic first hit, that 12 months later we would still be in lockdown, missing the loved ones we cannot be with, many of us feeling lonely and isolated working at home, others of us having lost our livelihoods. We have lost tens of thousands of our fellow citizens, each loss a heartbreak for family and friends. Businesses have struggled and are struggling, and public services have been put under unprecedented and unimaginable strain. Our children have lost the best part of a year of learning together, and we know that virtual lessons and the best efforts of families cannot replace the experience of learning at school. It has been a dark year indeed, but there have been lights in the darkness. We have been inspired by the selfless dedication of all our frontline workers in health and care, and also by the sometimes unsung commitment of all of those who've worked to keep our communities going and to keep them safe through this crisis. Shop workers, the van drivers, the police officers, too many to name. Many of us, like the team at Cafe Cwtch in Pontyberem, volunteered to keep our most vulnerable neighbours safe and cared for. Many of us reconnected to our communities and reflected on what really matters to us. And now there is light at the end of the long tunnel. So, as the vaccine programme is rolled out, restrictions are gradually eased, this is the time for us to ask ourselves what kind of nation we want to be. As the COVID crisis has highlighted long-standing injustices and inequalities, with women hit harder than men, black people and people of colour at greater risk of both economic and health harms, and our poorest people and communities bearing the brunt, we have to ask ourselves, is it enough to build back better? I think not. Better than what? With 1 in 3 of our children living in poverty before the pandemic, we can surely do better than that. But just better isn't good enough. It is time for a reset. It's time for us to set out in earnest on the journey to build our nation of equals, a community of communities where all are valued and all can contribute, where our most vulnerable are supported and our children and our young people thrive. The question before us, the people of Wales on May the 6th, is who we choose to lead us on that journey. We can dismiss the Conservatives out of hand. That party in Wales is more clearly now than ever a minor branch of the Conservative and Unionist Party in England. The Westminster government they so enthusiastically support is hell-bent on undermining the powers of our Senedd, withholding promised resources unless they are to be spent on Boris Johnson's pet projects, and frankly, treating the Welsh government with contempt. They are allowing candidates to stand in the election who are completely open about wishing to see our Senedd abolished, trampling on our fledgling democracy in their stampede to shore up the union. It is inconceivable that we would place our trust in them. What of Labour? Well, it must be said in fairness that this would have been an incredibly tough year for any government of Wales. In terms of managing the crisis, they have done better when Wales has ploughed its own furrow, less well when they have towed the Westminster Party line. But we should not judge them on this year alone. When the election comes in May, they will have had 21 years, a lifetime, to deliver the transformation that Wales needs, and they have failed. 1/3 of our children live in poverty. They have been content to provide childcare only for children with working parents, and they preside over the meanest offering of free school meals on these islands. The economy in our valleys communities has not recovered from the ravages of Thatcherism, despite 2 decades of a Labour government telling us again and again that this was their priority. And our rural communities remain fragile, over-dependent on tourism, and with our farming sector facing an uncertain future, partly though not only because of Brexit. Labour has lost its way in terms of its values. Who could have imagined that the party of Keir Hardie and Aneurin Bevan would abandon its targets to end child poverty? Labour ministers are content to blame Westminster for the impact of the cuts in public spending on our communities. Yet they refuse to even ask for the powers needed to defend those communities. They have never explained why they won't ask, for example, for the administration of benefits to be devolved, as it has been to Scotland. No, whatever Labour once was, whatever it stood for, they have had their chance and they have failed. On May the 6th, we need to elect a government that will work for Wales, a government that can lead us on that journey to build our nation of equals, a Plaid Cymru government. We will place before our fellow citizens in the coming election the most ambitious and radical programme of government possible. Nothing less will do. And at the heart of our programme of government will be our commitment to rebuild our economy in such a way as to deliver an equal nation and a green nation. It is impossible to overstate the peril to jobs and businesses that we face as the pandemic crisis comes to an end, and with it, government support for business. Plaid Cymru have already published our ambitious recovery plan. We will invest £6 billion, creating 60,000 new jobs in the short term. Projects will include building thousands of new social homes, retrofitting 100,000 homes to the highest environmental standards, and creating work in the care and childcare sectors to relieve pressure on the struggling care sector and help our children catch up on their lost year. We cannot afford to let a whole generation of young people fall behind, as has happened in previous economic crises. So we will guarantee a job to every 16 to 24-year-old not in educational training, paying the real living wage. We will continue to provide support to those businesses in the sectors hardest hit, like hospitality, tourism and culture, to ensure that they survive until such time as they are able to trade normally. We will make ending poverty a core goal for our government, cutting across all portfolios. We will work with all public bodies in Wales and with local government to develop binding, deliverable anti-poverty targets for each institution, and we will monitor the delivery of those targets closely. We will transform the existing Welsh benefits system, ensuring consistent entitlement criteria and easy access. And we will pay the real living wage to all those working in the public sector in Wales. And we will at once demand from the UK government the devolution of the administration of benefits as recommended by the Senedd Committee. We are under no illusion that it will be challenging to persuade this right-wing unionist Conservative government to grant that devolution, but we will do everything in our power. And we will find a way to deliver our commitment to pay £35 a week for each child to the poorest families. Again, we know this will not be straightforward, but we will find a way. We are clear as a party about the purpose of our economic policy. To create wealth, yes, but also to ensure that it's fairly shared. To build our national prosperity so that we can afford the world-class public services that we all deserve. And to contribute to building a better future for our planet by placing active decarbonisation at the heart of our actions to build our economy. To deliver on these purposes, we will create a new freestanding agency, an economic development agency with a difference, Prosperity Wales. We will task Prosperity Wales with developing our economy in such a way that opportunities are created fairly across our nation, with access to opportunity for all. There will be a strong emphasis on a spatial approach, focusing attention where it is needed most, on valleys, communities and on rural areas. And there will be an equally strong emphasis on addressing the patterns of historical discrimination that have led to the chronic injustice and inequality in the way our economy has functioned. There will be a focus on growing local businesses, on enabling export and on improving productivity. We can no longer tolerate the current situation that sees Welsh people working harder and longer but producing less because of lack of investment, lack of skills and lack of leadership. Prosperity Wales will focus strongly on the promotion of research and development, enabling existing businesses to innovate and decarbonise, and creating an environment where entrepreneurship will thrive. We will expect Prosperity Wales to take risks, for there can be no innovation without risk. The foundational economy will be supported and strengthened, and we will support businesses to bring the manufacturing of key items that we need day to day back home, developing just in case rather than just in time supply lines. We will enable local procurement on a massive scale, spending as much as possible of the Welsh public pound here in Wales, and supporting businesses to build the supply chains needed where they don't yet exist. Cultural and creative industries will be supported for their economic as well as for their central importance to our national life. The promotion of fair work will be at the heart of the Prosperity Wales agenda. It will be at the heart of all Prosperity Wales will do. Working in partnership will be key. Not the kind of lots of meetings but no accountability partnerships that have characterised too much of Welsh Government practice under Labour, but real, meaningful, engaged partnership with all parties contributing and holding each other accountable. We will develop the Prosperity Wales model in close consultation with the business community. Universities and further education colleges will be vital, both in terms of research and development and in terms of delivering training in the skills that will be needed for the economy of the future. The experience, local knowledge and local leadership of local government across Wales will be drawn upon to inform and help shape all that Prosperity Wales will do. And of course, Prosperity Wales will work closely with our proposed regional development bodies for Arfor and for the valleys. Guided by the remit letter from the Minister for the Economy, Prosperity Wales will be led by a board made up not only of the best minds from the business world, but also experts in tackling inequality and in decarbonisation. An economic development agency with a difference indeed. Does dim amheuaeth fod ein cynllun ar gyfer ein economi yn uchelgeisiol, ond mae yn un a gallwn ni cyflawni. Byddwn nhw'n galw am pwerau benthyca pellach gan y Llywodraeth yn San Steffan. Ond os nad ydyn nhw'n cytuno, mi ddawn ni o hyd I ffyrdd arall I ariannu y buddsoddiad angenreidiol hwn. Mae ein genedl yn llawn o pobl dalentog, pobl galluog. Rydyn ni wedi bendithio a cyfoeth naturiol. Does yna dim byd anochal am y ffaith bod cymaint o'n cyd-dynasyddion yn byw mewn plodi a cymaint o'n cymunedau wedi cael ei gadw ar ôl. Mae ein cyflwr yn canlyniad uniongyrchol o benderfyniadau gwleidyddol neu diffyg penderfyniadau gwleidyddol. Mae rhaid I ni wneud penderfyniadau gwahanol a mae rhaid I ni wneud nhw nawr. Dim ond Plaid Cymru sydd ar gweledigaeth yr uchelgais a'r angerdd I adeiladu y genedl deg, werdd a llewychus, cenedl sydd yn cyfartal, y cenedl dyn ni gyd eisiau byw yn ddi. Gwyddom o fiwn pwerau presennol y Senedd, a gallwn deithio'n bellach ac yn gynt o lawer ar ein taith tuag at y genedl honno, os mae Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru sydd yn ei arwain. Ond heb y pwerau normal cyffredin, pwerau sydd ar gael I cenhedloedd annibynnol normal cyffredin, ni fyddwn ni'n gallu cyflawni popeth sydd angen I wneud. Mae angen I ni cymryd ein lle fel genedl cyfartal ymysg cenedlaethau eraill y byd, yn rydd I dilyn yn llwybr a'i hunan, I gwneud ein penderfyniadau yn hunan, a hyd yn oed gwneud ein camgymeriadau yn hunan. Nid oes yna un genedl wedi llywodraethu genedl arall yn dda, a nid oes un genedl a dywysodd annibyniaeth wedi gofyn I fynd yn ôl. Mae egni a brwdfrydydd sydd yn cysylltiedig â'r mudiad annibyniaeth yn ysbrydoliaeth ac yn acos am optimistiaeth. Mae mwy a mwy o pobl yn gweld bod annibyniaeth nid ond yn bosibl ond yn angenreidiol. Ac bod yr egni a brwdfrydydd o fiwn y mudiad yn hanfodol, mae cyflawni annibyniaeth yn dibynnu â ethol llywodraeth a fydd yn ymladd drosti, ac yn gwneud hi yn bosibl. Felly, gadewch I ni matio'r egni a brwdfrydaeth hwnnw a defnyddio I cyflawni llywodraeth honno, Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru. Cyfeillion, spring is almost here. The sun, when it shines, is that bit warmer. Fragile blooms are tentatively showing their faces in our gardens and our hedgerows. There is a sense of hope and a sense of change in the air. We need to make that change. We are not ashamed to say that we love our nation and the communities that shape and sustain our lives. And most of our fellow citizens feel the same way. Our task in the next few short weeks left to us is to convince those fellow citizens to take that love into the polling booth. Campaigning under these circumstances will not be easy. Who knows if we will be able to get out on the doorsteps, listening to and talking with our neighbours, campaigning in the way that we do best. But one thing that the pandemic has taught us is that there are many other ways to communicate too. So let's make those phone calls, send those emails, talk to people on Facebook, Zoom if we must. Do whatever we can to convince our fellow citizens that change is possible and that it needs to come now. Now is the time to vote for a better future for our children and our grandchildren. To vote for a prosperous nation with opportunity for all, an equal nation and a nation of equals. Now is the time to vote for Wales that works for businesses, large and small, and for all those who make them succeed. Now is the time to vote for Adam Price to be our First Minister, leading a Plaid Cymru team that can lead us on that journey to the nation we want to be. Now is the time to vote for Wales, to vote Plaid Cymru.
Ardderchog, diolch o galon I Helen. Now, fi'n mynd dilys sylw pawb at yr auction heno. I want to draw everyone's attention to the auction tonight. Now, the hammer came down on a very successful evening in the autumn, and I'm sure tonight's auctioneer, Mr. Gareth Potter, will be as good as the last one, no pressure there, Gareth, at all. Felly, dewch yn chi a rhowch yn hael wrth gwrs i'r ocsiwn heno. Mae manylion ar y sgrin ar hyn o bryd. A mae yn ergori i fod yn noson wych arall o godi arian. Nawr, i ni'n edrych mlaen yn eiddgar ar araith yn arweinydd seneddol nes ymlaen. We're all looking forward to hearing from Liz Saville-Roberts later on. But, as I mentioned earlier, we have a full afternoon lined up for you. Now, the next PAL session will be dedicated to our police and crime commissioners and candidates. As many of you, I'm sure, are aware, the PCC elections will fall on the same day as the Senedd elections. Dyma gyfle felly i chi wrando ar ein comisiynwyr presennol a'n hymgeiswyr yn trafod sut i greu Cymru fwy diogel. Leanne Wood, Plaid Cymru Shadow Minister for Justice and Equalities, will be chairing this panel, and I'm sure she'll kindly introduce the panellists. Felly, Leanne, over to you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn a prynhawn da a croeso i chi gyd. Welcome to everybody to this special panel of our Police and Crime Commissioner candidates and veterans. And we will be talking this afternoon about our priorities in terms of the criminal justice system as well as the police. We'll be introducing our candidates and enabling them to tell you about themselves and what it is they want to do in the role of Police and Crime Commissioner. I'm Leanne Wood. I'm a former probation officer as well as Plaid Cymru's crime and social justice, equalities and justice spokesperson. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our panellists to you this afternoon. The first one is Anne Griffith. Anne was appointed to the role of Deputy North Wales Police and Crime Commissioner in 2016 to assist Arfon Jones shortly after his election. Originally from Barmouth in Gwynedd, she later became Anglesey County Councillor for the Bro Aberfraw ward until she stepped down in the 2017 elections. Anne is currently employed by Anglesey Council as an independent safeguarding and reviewing officer for care experienced children, which includes victims of neglect and domestic abuse. She's previously worked on aspects of policing including modern slavery, exploitation and serious and organised crime. Anne Griffith is Plaid Cymru's candidate for the position of North Wales Police and Crime Commissioner in the 2021 PCC elections. Arfon Jones was elected the Police and Crime Commissioner for North Wales on the 5th of May in 2016. He'll remain in office as PCC until May 2021. Arfon was previously a councillor for Wrexham Council for the Gwersyll ward, but stepped down in May 2017. He continues to be a member of the Gwersyll Community Council. Arfon had a successful career with North Wales Police from 1978 to 2008 and retired in the rank of Inspector. He was lead member for Children's Social Care in the Wrexham County Administration, led by Aled Roberts, and stood as Plaid Cymru's candidate for the Wrexham constituency in the 2010 general election. David Llywelyn was elected Police and Crime Commissioner for Dyfed Powys Police in 2016, and he will be seeking re-election in the 2021 elections. David is a former principal intelligence analyst and worked with the police intelligence for many years before moving to Aberystwyth University to lecture on criminology in 2014. David is the APCC Police Leadership Portfolio Lead and has a keen interest in leadership and corporate strategy. Nadine Marshall. Now, following the horrific murder of her eldest son, Connor, Nadine fought to challenge and change the working practices of the National Probation Service. She campaigned for 4 years to challenge and change government policies on information sharing, reform of procedures and recognition for families affected by murder. As a direct result of her work, the National Probation Service guidelines were revised in 2019, allowing victims' families access to previously withheld information. Nadine also ensured sound and accountable working practice and management oversight within the service. She will stand as the Plaid Cymru candidate in the upcoming South Wales Police and Crime Commissioner elections in May. So I'm sure you'll agree that is a very well experienced panel with quite a lot to be able to share with you in this session this afternoon. So I'd like to start by asking the panelists, starting, if I may, with Anne. What can you tell us, Anne, that has changed in terms of the way policing will be run in the future as a result of what's happened with COVID over the past year?
Well, I was going to talk to you, Leanne, about crime and poverty, because I think that's really important. The truth is, if we persist in allowing children to be brought up in deprived conditions as a nation, and if we accept high rates of school exclusions, if we fail to tackle the epidemic, which is domestic abuse and sexual violence, drug and alcohol dependency and poor mental health, if we leave people in bad housing with no employment and no training opportunities, and if we decimate the public services which are designed to support the most in need under a 10-year programme of austerity, which we all know led up to this COVID crisis, then quite simply, crime will flourish. For some young people growing up today, violence has become normalised and hope is at rock bottom. Inequality is higher than ever, and there is an absence of positive opportunities. So for some, turning to crime and gangs has become a route to satisfy the need for belonging, connectivity, respect and money. And the lesson we must learn is that you cannot cut police officers, you cannot cut public services, preventive measures like youth clubs, and ignore the most vulnerable at the same time as keeping crime low. The two things are just incompatible. Short-term thinking has no place here, and there is no simple solution. Giving young people positive options, safe places, and trusted relationships must be part of the answer. And I think we can all accept that during COVID and lockdown, that has been a particular challenge. Wales is in the vanguard and has adopted a public health approach to addressing the underlying causes of offending. And police officers, teachers, health workers are increasingly trauma-informed. Preventing adverse childhood experiences and supporting children and adults must be a priority for us all. Only when we grow up loved, safe and respected can we realise our full potential as individuals and as an independent nation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that, Anne. And I think you started by saying that poverty was the driver in all of this. And of course, COVID has exacerbated the already existing problems that we had with poverty, made things much, much worse. So thank you for sharing your thoughts on that with us. I'll come to Arfon Jones next. Arfon, you've been doing this role, you've been at the front line before COVID hit. You must have seen things change as a result of what's happened in the last year. Can you give us your reflections on how we move on from this?
Yeah, well, it's been a very strange year to say the least, and we had to adopt very, very quickly. I think there have been benefits to the way we deliver services, not just the police, but the whole of the public service. Agile working is a benefit. People are working from home. Suits some people better than others. Some people like to socialise, others, and if you're travelling long distances to work, it's an absolute benefit to be able to work from home. So people are saving money, there's more disposable income. So, to look at some of the positive, and I don't think we'll go back to business as usual. Why should we travel down to Cardiff or London for meetings when it shows quite well that we can work via Teams or via Zoom? That there have been one of the big benefits for me and David and Alan and Jeff, to be honest, is the improved working relationship between ourselves and the Welsh Government. It's fair to say that we've been pretty well consulted by Welsh Government with regulations, because obviously, the Welsh Government, their regulations are only as good as our ability to enforce them. And the vast majority, we've had an input. Not everything. We've had our difference of opinion with the First Minister on regulations around the size of the fines, and holiday homes caused some tensions. But at the end of the day, Mark Drakeford's the First Minister, and what he says goes. Doesn't matter what we say. But the other one, we had a big discussion about was the essential and non-essential shopping within one shop. That caused the Welsh Government some embarrassments, and really. But on the whole, they have listened to it as far as policing is concerned, and we've enforced the law, I think, fairly, using, engage, educate, encourage, and finally to enforce. I think patience is running out now in this third lockdown amongst the public and amongst police officers. More people seem to be getting fined now, but it's understandable. People can't use the excuse that they don't know what the law is. Yeah. And I think the police officers are getting a bit fed up with the same old excuses, and more tickets are being issued, which doesn't help. But at the end of the day, we've got to enforce these regulations as well and prevent this virus spreading. So it's a bit of, the policing are a bit between a rock and a hard place, really, when it comes to enforcing the regulations and community engagement. It's nice to see that slowly we're coming out of it, and hope we don't have another lockdown, because the more lockdowns we have, the harder it is to get the public to comply, and that is understandable. We're all getting fed up with the lockdown now, but I just don't think things will go back to normal. I think we'll be far more efficient and effective, and we'll be able to put. Because money is being saved as a result of the different ways of working by all authorities. So let's put that money that we save to, improving frontline services, as Anne has pointed out. So thanks for that, Leanne.
Thank you very much. You and Anne have alluded to austerity and cuts there, and obviously in terms of future-proofing the police services for any difficulties that might arise in the future, then those cuts are going to need to be reversed. But of course, the purse strings are not with our Senedd, so this election is not going to determine how the police is funded, unfortunately. But obviously, how the police is funded has a big impact on how services are provided.
I think,
David, I was going to come to. Sorry, I'll
sorry. I think it's right to acknowledge it. We're somewhat in a more fortunate position in Wales than our colleagues in England, because the Home Office has reimbursed a lot of COVID costs to police forces, and we've had quite a lot of additional funding towards domestic abuse services, refugees, to build up resilience in our communities, and we've been able to commission services thanks to funding we've had from Welsh Government. So we're always better off in Wales, because we do get funding from Welsh Government and we do get funding from Westminster. So, I count myself lucky, really, as a PCC in Wales.
Okay, thank you for that. David, I'll come on to you next. You've been in the role for a few years prior to COVID hitting us, and I'm sure you'll have seen big changes as a result of the last events of the last year. Can you run by how you see things? What are your reflections on things going forward?
Yeah, thank you, Leanne. And I think it's great that we have this session today as well. It's given us an opportunity to discuss policing and the criminal justice, but in a Welsh context. And one of the things that I've seen firsthand as the Commissioner in Dyfed Powys over the last 5 years is that we very often are a relatively small voice when having conversations in relation to the Ministry of Justice Department, or whether it be policing issues on an England and Wales basis. So having this platform today to talk about issues purely in the context of Wales is brilliant. My reflections on the COVID experiences, I think it's been a challenging time for everybody, and I think it's been a challenging time for all of our public services. I would say that I think a public sector pay freeze is a bit of a slap in the face for everybody at this moment in time as well. People who are working so hard, people in the NHS, teachers and police officers, all alike, working so hard to keep our communities safe. And Arfon and I have played a part. Arfon talks about the relationship with Welsh Government. I'm a little bit more sceptical about that relationship. They've given us an audience and they've allowed us to give our opinions, but on many occasions they haven't always listened and heeded the advice of people like Arfon and myself, who are coming from an informed position in the role of commissioners at the moment. In terms of the practicalities and the impact that will follow onto policing and our communities, I think Anna's hit the nail on the head ultimately. That the reality is that it's going to be a really difficult few years post-COVID. We've seen during the lockdown an increase in calls for support for domestic violence victims. We need to make sure that the services post-COVID are available to our communities. And I think it'll be even more important for the next term of commissioners in Wales to highlight their priority areas into vulnerable communities. The young within our communities, for example, has been a specific priority of mine. So I've tried to plug some of the gaps in relation to funding for youth services, for example, in my force area, where I've given in excess of £700,000 over the last 5 years into our youth services to support them in that early intervention activity with young people. Because if we can break that cycle at the very earliest point, that means that we have reduced reoffending, reduced crime rates, and as a result of that, less victims. So I've been trying to approach things in sort of looking at three areas really, looking at the victims, ensuring that the services are there for them, but also looking at offenders. We've got a diversionary scheme in Dyfed Powys. Arfon has got Checkpoint Cymru, which is a brilliant brand in North Wales of the same service. And that's one practical example of how police commissioners working under the banner of Plaid Cymru have been able to be innovative and come up with new solutions within our criminal justice system. And that diversionary scheme gives people at the lower level of offending a second opportunity, gives them an opportunity to understand some of the vulnerabilities that they might have from, substance misuse, alcoholism, mental health issues, support them through housing opportunities as well. And that to me is how, I guess, Arfon and I have shown how a police and crime commissioner under the banner of Plaid Cymru can be slightly different, I guess. So it's going to be challenging, but I think a cohort of strong Plaid Cymru commissioners coming back to support the communities across Wales would be what I would be advocating, as you would expect.
Diolch, David, that's really helpful. And the youth services that you mentioned, I think are particularly important. Is to be able to have, as a young person trying to make sense of everything, someone, a qualified youth worker, to be able to talk things through can mean the difference between a journey towards the criminal justice system and avoiding that completely. So I think you're absolutely spot on in what you say there, and with the diversionary services as well, really, really important. So Nadine, it's your turn next to tell us what you think the big challenges are as we move on, hopefully, from this COVID pandemic, and perhaps telling the audience a little bit about your experience as well, and how you ended up in this position.
Oh, thank you, Leanne. It really is a pleasure. I'd like to echo what David has just said, really, that I think this is a really good opportunity to be able to sort of showcase that, what we've got to offer as PCCs, and me, obviously, as a potential PCC. I think it actually demonstrates the power that sort of collaborative working can have. From my point of view, one of my priorities is always going to be victims of crime. We can't eradicate crime, which means we can't eradicate those victims. But what we can do is make sure that we give them that timely support in sort of lots of innovative ways that are actually happening now. But the problem is that people either don't know about them or the access is very limited. So for me, it would be sort of the preventative issues, as in getting in there sort of at grassroots levels to, to find out what the local issues, problems are. We can make many assumptions that we know that maybe it's a lack of youth services, it might be drugs, it might be alcohol, it might be domestic violence. There's lots of things that we do know, but there are other undercurrents underneath all of that that I think are contributing, to young people, to adults alike, having this real feeling of sort of apathy, really, and just completely sort of fed up of the system that we're in. And I think that the whole criminal justice system's got a role to play in working towards everybody being able to feel safe, be safe, and if they're not, that on the other side of it, that they should have the services there to be able to help them through whatever that particular journey is. In my case, I've seen the very worst of the criminal justice system, but equally I've seen the very best of it as well. And I've seen pockets in between that maybe do need tweaking, from my opinion. But obviously, my outlook is going to be different to yours, to David, to Anne, to everybody else's. But I think what has to remain focused is that we all want eventually the same sort of thing. We want to be able to be safe in our homes, safe at school, safe in our working environments, and safe in our communities. And to get that, we're going to have to work together. There is great collaborative work going on, but it needs the old investment a lot of the time, and that is sort of a role that is added to the responsibilities of the Police and Crime Commissioner, and I think that people really underestimate the role that the Police and Crime Commissioner has in making their communities and their areas a standalone project, as in receiving funds, getting what they deserve, and also having an input along the line to draw down those funds that are very much needed. Thank you.
Diolch, Nadine. Thank you very much for that. The Police and Crime Commissioner panel have been outlining their priorities as we hopefully move on from the worst of the COVID pandemic. I'm just here to remind you now that we are in the Plaid Cymru conference discussing the Police and Crime Commissioner elections. The panel consists of candidates: Nadine Marshall for South Wales Police, Anne Griffith for North Wales Police, David Llewellyn for Dyfed Powys Police, and Arfon Jones is the North Wales Police and Crime Commissioner until the election in May upcoming. So they've just outlined basic priorities. So we'll move on now to the question of relations between the police and the community. There have been a number of challenges for the police in terms of, as Arfon has already outlined, as a result of the COVID pandemic. There have been other issues as well which have presented challenges for the police. The Black Lives Matter movement has presented challenges for the police. And so there is a big job of work to do in terms of ensuring that relations between the police and our communities are improved. So I wonder if we can start this time with Arfon. Arfon, how do you think we can work towards better relations between our communities and our police forces working on the ground?
Well, I think we need to balance our resources, basically, that we have visible policing as well as response policing, preventative policing, protective policing. you know, it's a whole range of responsibilities that we have. But I think we need to baseline where we are as far as community relations now. Every force in Wales will publish a couple of times a year independent opinion research that they do on how people view the police, a whole raft of statistics. And the latest one for North Wales shows that a high number, and I mean between 85 and 90%, if not more, of people have confidence in the police that they will be treated fairly. There were also specific questions around COVID policing. And even then, the numbers are high. 80% of people think that the police are enforcing the COVID regulations fairly. So, you know, obviously, there's always room that we can improve around community engagement. And we are introducing, North Wales Police did have an action from the pre-guild inspection by the Her Majesty's inspectors around engagement. And we have worked towards those recommendations, and we've implemented different ways for people to communicate with us. Across Wales, we've also improved our way on the website, links to how to report things, rather than having to rely on 101, which was thoroughly discredited as a phone number, because we haven't been able to cope with the demand. So every one of us now have a bilingual website, very typical to the commercial organisations, where you can report different things by clicking on. So if you want to renew a firearms licence and things like that, you can access policing services a lot better. So hopefully that will further improve engagement. So it's something that is constantly being monitored and being looked at, to be honest.
Thank you for that answer. Nadine?
I think it's really very, the principles of it are very basic. We need to listen, and we need to, to hear those people that are actually living in the community with those potential problems or issues. They're the best people, to advise at ground level what really does work and then what really is needed. So I think it's making the most of I keep saying it, those communities, those groups, those people that are there that are really dealing with, a potential crisis in any community. I think you have to engage with them, and you have to build, good relationships with those community groups, with those services, to actually know exactly what is what is needed, rather than just giving it a sort of a one size fits all. I think you have to be more prescriptive and more specific. So I think, listening goes a long, long way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Anne Griffith, how can we improve relations between communities and our police?
Well, I think, given what Arvan has said, really, I think we in North Wales, we do have a very good relationship with the public. And you only have to look at the Facebook pages of North Wales Police and the Twitter pages, where you've got people engaging constantly on a daily basis with the police. And yes, you do get the occasional person who's particularly critical, but on the whole, it's positivity that comes through. And I think people do appreciate that the police are communicating and are sharing. We've had a recent case in North Wales where there was a lot of criticism towards the police. It was a COVID incident where a gentleman and his partner had travelled 22 miles from home to sit on a beach. And once it was explained properly, once the chief superintendent explained what was what, then what you had was understanding and empathy. And I think the whole issue of policing by consent really comes out. It's a two-way thing, isn't it? And I think perhaps in the past, the police haven't been confident about using the press or about using social media. But in recent years, that's changed, and I think it's really paying off.
Communication is a way of solving problems. That's something we're all familiar with in all aspects of our lives, I'm pretty sure. David Llewellyn, have you got anything to add on improving relationships between the police and communities?
Yeah, there's a danger that I repeat a lot of what's been said already. I agree with the need to be open and have that openness. Some of the practical examples of those is where we have quality assurance panels within the Police and Crime Commissioner offices, and they can support in dip sampling things like stop and search. And we need to try and get into the detail of the potential disproportionality in relation to things like stop and search against the BAME community. And that is something that we are actively doing in the Dyfed Powys area. We've also tried to ensure that we have what we might describe as a legitimate force, one that is a truly representative of the community. And in the Dyfed Powys area, as you would imagine, the Welsh language is very important. So we try and ensure that we have a proportion of Welsh language speakers commensurate with the level in the community. And the same is true for our BAME population. So we've been proactively trying to recruit more from the BAME community into the force. And it was brilliant. The figures launched and released last internally, actually. They've not been published, but last week see that our current recruitment gets us above the percentage of what our current population figure is, which is fantastic for a rural force such as Dyfed Powys. But just coming back to the point that Arfon and Anne both made in relation to the satisfaction levels in the main are quite high of the police service in Wales. But that to me is something that we should cherish and try and build on. We should try and ensure that that is built upon so that the community feel that the police service are on their side. And sadly, we've seen pockets of examples in Wales over the last few months where perhaps that isn't felt 100%. And for me, it would be about trying to have that open dialogue with key stakeholders, with people in the community, feeling that they then, as a result, and that is why, for me, I was a bit sceptical of the role of the Police and Crime Commissioners, if I'm honest, prior to getting elected in and being the Police Commissioner for five years now. But for me, there's something powerful about having the public's voice in policing, and the office of the Police and Crime Commissioner can be used as that bridge between the community and the police service. And I've really tried to champion that. I'm out in the community talking to people regularly, getting and feeling the temperature of what the issues are. And as a result of that, in the last 2 years, we refreshed our neighbour policing teams. And at the heart of the neighbour policing teams, we have that engagement activity and that engagement strategy that is so important.
Can I come back, Leanne?
Yes,
Yeah,
please do.
yeah. Just thinking really in North Wales as well, that we engage with young people. We created the Youth Commission. And it was a process where at least 1,000 young people were talked to and listened to. That was the point. And the issues that were coming through more than anything was young people's concern around mental health. And that, of course, was mirrored by what the Youth Parliament have been talking about, haven't they? So it's about really listening to that. And given that we have, I think it's 80% of the type of issues that North Wales Police deal with are non-criminal, a lot of it is to do with mental health. I think it's really interesting that that's what our young people were identifying as the main problem too. But they were also saying that they wanted to be kept safe. They liked stop and search. They wanted to know that they were safe to go out for an evening and that they weren't going to be faced with somebody who was carrying a knife, perhaps. So sometimes they say things that you're not actually expecting them to say, but it was creating that environment for them to have that dialogue, really important.
And that highlights why it's so important to actually listen and engage, because we can assume, can't we, that we know what people are thinking and where they'll be coming from. And that just goes to show that you can't be sure unless you actually ask and listen to people. We're coming out to the end. We've got 7 minutes left before we end this session. And I would like to explore the issues around the devolution of the criminal justice system. I'd like to hear briefly now, really, what the panellists think we could do differently if the criminal justice system were devolved. And I ask that in particular reference to substance use policy, because I've been involved with campaigners in the Multiple Sclerosis Society who've been trying to get access to medicinal cannabis, because that's been something that's helped people with that particular condition and many, many other conditions too. And the whole campaign has been frustrated by the fact that the powers are not in Wales, even though this should be a health issue. Substance use is covered by the Misuse of Drugs Act, which is completely controlled by Westminster. Now, I know Arfon in particular has got something to say about this, because he's been to Portugal and seen firsthand how other systems operate. So I'll come to Arfon last, if I may, on that. And I'll just briefly, if I can just ask you in a minute, each of you, to, I know it's a big ask, that, to say what you think we could do differently if criminal justice was involved. I'll start with Nadine.
For me, it would have probably changed an awful lot. Trying to get answers and accountability from a system that is based in Westminster was almost like chasing your tail, and I think it shouldn't be that way. We're a country of our own, and so many other things are devolved. I don't think that there is an argument really for it not to be so. It needs, for the cohesion of all the support services that are intertwined within the criminal justice system, it makes complete sense for it to be devolved and to be that way.
Thank you, and thank you for answering so succinctly as well. Anne?
Well, I think I've been a social worker now, registered social worker, for almost 40 years. And when I started in 1984, there were 11 registered drug addicts on Anglesey. By now, there are registered drug addicts, drug users in every town and village across Wales, across North Wales, definitely. The war on drugs has been going on for 100 years, and it has had absolutely no positive effect whatsoever. And in that 40 years that I've been working with families, what I've seen increasingly is this devastation. Something has to be done. And I think Arfon has been an outlier. He's been pushing the agenda. I was going to say quietly. It's not quietly. He's been pushing the agenda very, very strongly. And it's having an impact. People are starting to see that if you carry on doing the same old thing, you'll just get the same old thing. And I think what he's been putting forward is evidence. And eventually people, if they've got evidence put in front of them, they have to start listening. So I think there's going to be a big shift now in the next 4 years.
Yes, thank you for that. And I'm very much hoping that you'll be in a position to keep running with that baton, because it's really, really important work. And I think we've seen a breakthrough in this debate as a result of that. David, over to you.
Yeah, very briefly, Leanne, I'm not going to steal Arfon's thunder, but what I will say is add to what Anne just said, that Arfon has been a true champion of this cause over the last, 5 years, but even longer. And without his tenacity and his, being vocal about it, some of the conversations that we're now confident about having, we wouldn't be having. But I won't steal his thunder, because I know he'll want to say things. So I just want to say that for me, the devolution of policing and criminal justice will allow us to be innovative, will allow us to look at different solutions to problems that we have within Wales that are unique to Wales. And I'm certain that we would come up with different solutions to the ones that we currently have, to a degree forced on us from an England and Wales perspective. Just need to look at the penal system and look at the monstrosity of HMP Berwyn and the sort of pile 'em high, sell 'em cheap attitude towards the penal system, which is not what we would do in Wales. But I'm looking forward to hearing what Arfon has to say. Diolch.
Diolch, David. Okay, over to you, Arfon. I'm not going to take any of your time. Go.
The first thing I would say, we're looking at evolving justice and policing to Wales. First point is that justice and policing has been devolved to Scotland. And Scotland still cannot legislate the way they want to protect people who take drugs, yeah? That's the first point. What we really need to do is to do the things that are legal. Heroin-assisted treatment, to issue medicinal diamorphine. You look at our prisons, more than half the people in them are being prescribed Class A drugs like temazepam, tramadol, benzos, heroin, medicinal heroin. If they're doing that in prison, why can't we do it on the outside? Because if we're really going to get to grips with the drug problem, yeah, we need to take the supply away from organised crime. And the way to do that, yeah, is to issue Class A drugs, which we know we can legally, to problematic drug users, so they're not reliant on the drug market and don't go out to commit crime in order to fund their addiction. So that is something that we can do now without any legislation whatsoever. And I think we should do what we can and then move on to getting legislation. But also, if we seriously look at problematic drug use is a health matter. Health in Scotland and in Wales is devolved. So really, we need to have the bun fight with Westminster on who has primacy over health policy. And, you know, let's take it to the Supreme Court. Let's have a massive bun fight and see who wins.
That's a great note to end this meeting on, because, of course, on May the 6th, you will have the opportunity to elect a new government of Wales. And if you elect a Plaid Cymru government, then we can have that bun fight. We can certainly take this debate to Westminster and argue the case for substances to be seen as a public health issue as opposed to a criminal justice matter. On May the 6th, most people in Wales will have 3 votes, 2 for the Senedd elections, 1 for your constituency, 1 for your regional list, but you will also have your vote for the Police and Crime Commissioner elections, unless you are 16 or 17. 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote in the Senedd elections, but unfortunately, as Westminster is a little bit behind on these matters, they won't have the opportunity to vote in the Police and Crime Commissioner elections. Hopefully, when we do devolve the criminal justice system, we will be able to change that, as well as the many other issues that we've discussed this afternoon, and the many more that we haven't had time to discuss. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much to all of our panellists. That was an excellent debate, and I very much hope that it has enabled people to have more information with which to be able to cast an informed vote on May the 6th.
Yes, well, I'm definitely not going to steal Arabon's thunder. I know that, definitely not. So diolch yn fawr iawn, Leanne. Diolch yn fawr iawn i'r panel. Thank you to Leanne and the panel, of course, for that interesting insight into the work and vision of our PCCs, 2 of which have been with us today, and the candidates, of course. Felly, pob hwyl i'r ymgeiswyr I gyd. OK, we've got a quick turnaround now before our next panel discussion. Toriad cyflym iawn. Byddwn ni nôl am chwarter wedi 2, felly quarter awr, 2:15. Welcome back to you, croes yn ôl I chi gyd. Nawr, mae gan Plaid Cymru grŵp hynod o gyffroes ac amrywiol o ymgeiswyr sydd yn sefyll yn etholiadau'r Senedd yn ystod mis Mai, wrth gwrs. Yma I garw trefn ar y sesiwn fywiog hon, mae Bethan Syed, gweinidog cysgodol dros addysg ôl 15 sgiliau ac orloesedd. Nawr, bydd Bethan, wrth gwrs, yn sefyll I lawr yn etholiadau'r Senedd eleni, a dwi'n siŵr a bod ni gyd yn dymuno yn dda iddi i'r dyfodol. Bethan Syed will be chairing what will hopefully be a lively Q&A session with some of Plaid's Senedd election candidates. On behalf of everyone in Plaid Cymru, we wish you well, Bethan, in whatever you decide to do, of course, after May, and thank you for representing your constituents and party with such distinction over so many years. I'm sure Bethan will kindly introduce the candidates who join us from all parts of Wales. So, Bethan, draw at a tea.
Diolch yn fawr, Chris. Thank you very much. Dwi'n falch I fod yn gallu cadeirio'r sesiwn yma. Before we start, I would just like to say, if you want translation, please go to party.wales/conference if you want to be able to access the live translation for this purpose. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Felly, sesiwn holi ac ateb gyda ymgeiswyr yn y Senedd, sydd yn ymgeiswyr newydd. Mae rai o'n chi wedi sefyll o'r blaen, ond mae rai gwynebau newydd. Some of you have stood before, but some of you are fresh new faces. We have Aaron Wynne, we have Carrie Harper, Heledd Vychan, Mabon Gwynfor, Rhys Bowen and Sioned Williams. And I'm going to hand over to you quickly so you can introduce yourselves to the conference and then we can carry on with questions. So, cyflwynwch eich hun ac wedyn gallwn ni parhau gyda'r cwestiynau. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Aaron, hoffech chi ddechrau?
Pnawn da, Aaron Wynne ydw I. Dwi'n gynghorydd sir yma yn Sir Conwy, a dwi'n ymgeisydd dros Aberconwy yn etholiadau'r Senedd.
Diolch. Sioned?
Helo, Sioned Williams ydw I. Dwi'n ymgeisydd yng Nghastell Nedd a dwi hefyd yn ymgeisydd ar y rhestr ranbarthol ar gyfer Gorllewin De Cymru. Dwi'n gynghorydd cymuned yn yr Allwen yng Nghwmtawe a dwi'n gadeirydd cyngor cymuned Cilobebyll. Dwi'n llywodraethwr ysgol yn ysgol Gymraeg Ysgol Vera a dwi'n byw gyda'n nheulu yma yng Nghwmtawe.
Diolch. Rhys Bowen.
Siwmai, gynadledd Rhys ydw I. Fi yw ymgeisydd Gorllewin Caerdydd ac hefyd ymgeisydd ranbarthol yng nghanol De Cymru. Dwi'n frodor o Gaerdydd, dwi'n byw yma ar hyd y mywyd I ac yn byw yn Rhegana gyda fy ngwraig a merch fach 5 mis oed.
Llongychiadau hefyd ar cael babi yn ystod y cyfnod clo. Dwi'n gwybod yn iawn sut mae'r teimlad hynny. I know how it feels to have a baby in lockdown. Mabon Gwynfor.
Helo, Simai gynhadledd, prynhawn da I bawb I Mabon Gwynfor ydw I, a fi ydi ymgeisydd y blaid yn Nwyfor Meirionydd, ond hefyd dwi'n dad I 4 blant ac yn gynghorydd sir ac yn lywodraethwr ar holl nonsens na I gyd hefyd.
Dim nonsens, gweithio'r diwyd, mae'n siŵr,
Lot
Mabon.
o ddeg.
A Carrie, last but not least, of course, please introduce yourself.
Hello, pawb. I'm Carrie Harper. I'm a county councillor in Wrexham, and I'll be standing as Plaid's candidate in the Wrexham constituency and also on the regional list as well.
Wel, diolch I chi I gyd am ymuno gyda ni, a mae yna sialens nawr I ni fod yn fywiog, felly dyna'r hyn fyddwn ni'n ceisio gwneud yma heddiw. Cwestiwn cyntaf gen I yw, beth sydd wedi eich sbydolu chi I sefyll ar gyfer y blaid? Pam y blaid yn benodol, neu pa mater yn eich cymuned lleol sydd wir wedi tanio tant gyda eich bod chi eisiau cynrychioli plaid yn y Senedd? Pwy sydd eisiau cicio ni bant gyda ateb y cwestiwn hynny? Heledd, ti'n edrych fel bod na rhywbeth yna I ateb yn gloi.
Na I ddechrau. Heledd Vychan dwi'n sefyll ym Mhontypridd.
Oh, sorry, Heledd. Oh my gosh. Live TV.
Dwi'n gynghorydd sir yn cynrychioli ward 3 Pontypridd. Yn amlwg gafodd ei effeithio'n fawr gan y llifogydd difrifol llynedd, rhywbeth gan Aron a fi'n gyffredin wrth gwrs yn anffodus. Rheswm dwi'n sefyll tro yma ydy oherwydd pethau fel y llifogydd ag ati wedi cael llon bol o Llywodraeth Lafur ddim efo'r uchelgais dros yn cymunedau ni, llon bol o bobl yn gaddo bob math o bethau, enghraifft taclo todi plant, cael gwared ohono fo erbyn 2020, mae'n 2021, a mae'r lefelau yn uwch nag erioed o'r blaen. A dwi'n grediniol na dim ond Plaid Cymru all gyflawni y gorau'n cenedl, a dwi eisiau gweld y Senedd yn gweithio i Gymru. Mae yna ormod o bobl sydd yn sefyll, sydd efo dim diddordeb o gwbl, gweld y criw UKIP ath mewn tro dweithio efo dim diddordeb na unrhyw fath o gysylltiad efo'n cymunedau ni, a dwi eisiau gweld Plaid Cymru wrth y lliw fel bod ni'n gallu dod â newid i'n cymunedau ni sydd i'r fawr eu hangen.
Diolch Elif ymddeiriadau unwaith eto am beidio dy alw yn y cychwyn. Sianed, did you have some views about the local Neath constituency and why you wanted to stand?
Yes, I'll echo everything that Heledd said, basically. Personally, for me, it's about helping people. It's about empowering the communities of my area. You know, that's why I want to be an elected member for Plaid Cymru. I think that I bring the experience of a varied career, also as a mother and one who cares for an elderly relative, and as someone who is rooted in her community. To bear, perhaps, that's what I hope to do, is to bring those experiences to bear on the important decisions being made about the future in Wales in our Senedd, which of course will be more crucial than ever with this huge recession that we're going to be facing and the impacts of the health crisis, of course. I was brought up in the Gwent Valleys and I live in the Swansea Valley, and I feel passionately for the people in this area that I know are not getting a fair deal and the best opportunity in life. And so the whole point of politics for me is to make people's lives better, and I will want to speak for them at every opportunity.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Sioned. And I think we perhaps should go to North Wales, considering we've focused on South Wales. Carrie, would you want to tell us why you're standing?
I think this time, especially for me, I think in Wrexham there's a bit of an awakening going on in terms of all things Welsh. And I've seen that building over a number of years. And I'm also seeing the sort of growing pride in the town growing alongside that. So I think part of the reason I want to be part of this going forward is looking at how we channel all of that into a positive vision going forward. And, you know, very much wanting to be part of those conversations that have already started on a local level. And also, you know, we've got huge challenges, haven't we, because of COVID. We're seeing the impact of Brexit starting to bite locally as well. And, you know, listening to Adam yesterday in his speech outline how COVID has shone a light on, you know, long-standing issues in terms of poverty, low pay, and, you know, how this moment should be a wake-up call for us to tackle some of these fundamental inequalities. And I see those inequalities very prominent in Wrexham as they are, you know, elsewhere, I know. So it's about creating a better normal going forward, isn't it? And not simply going back to the way things were. So I think we're really at a tipping point politically. So for me personally, it's wanting to be part of that change as it goes forward, really, and making sure, as I say, we don't just go back to normal. We have a better normal going forward.
Yeah, mae hwnna'n bwysig iawn. That's so important, so we can change things for the better from a really difficult situation. Aaron, oedd gen ti rhywbeth I ddweud ynglyn â bod yn person ifanc mewn gwleidyddiaeth? Be sy di ysbrydoli ti fod yn rhan o eisiau sefyll ar gyfer Plaid Cymru?
Ie, wel, fel person ifanc sydd eisiau parhau fyw a gweithio'n lleol, dwi'n ymwybodol iawn pa mor anodd ydy hynny. Mae gennym ni gyflogaeth isel iawn gyda prisiau tai uchel iawn. Mae bron iawn yn amhosib I aros I fyw yn lleol. Mae llawer iawn o ffrindiau fi wedi symud o'r ardal yn barod I chwilio am waith. I mi, ddim ond Plaid Cymru sydd yn dangos yr awydd gwleidyddol I newid hynny. Fel y polisi o godi 10,000 o dau fforddiadwy bob blwyddyn. Mae angen fod yn radical yn fan hyn. Mae pobl ifanc am llawer iawn rhy hir wedi gorfod symud i'w trefi a pentrefi I chwilio am waith ar hwylau fyw. So dyna pam nes I benderfynu. So ni'n ceisio a rhoi yn ymlaen.
Gret, diolch a pob lwc gyda hynny. Just o ran y pandemig, ffocysu ar y pandemig, mae Rhys yn barod wedi gweud bod ti wedi cael babi yn ystod y cyfnod yma, ond o ran ymgyrchu, rhaid bod yn anodd gyda cael plant yn y tŷ yn ymgyrchu, ond oherwydd bod yn wahanol o ran methu mynd mas ac nocio drysau, sut wyt ti wedi ceisio trafod gyda pobl canol De Cymru ynglyn â'r hyn maen nhw, yr hyn rwy ti'n cynnig fel ymgeisydd?
mae fe'n anodd iawn, a mae'n gorfod i ni allan o'n comfort zone ni, yn dwi. Dwi ddim yn gyffyrddus iawn yn neud bethau fel TikTok a cyfryngau cymdeithasol, ond mae rhaid i ni. Mae rhaid i ni i bontio gyda'r pobl, a ni ffili croco drysau, fel ti'n gweud. Felly, mae'n anodd iawn cael yr ymdeimlad, beth sy'n digwydd, beth yw'n barn pobl am bethau. Ac ni'n gweld mae polypinion mor wahanol yn dyn nhw ar hyn o bryd. Felly, mae'n anodd, ond ni yn edrych am ffyrdd wahanol i gyrraedd pobl. Mae cyfryngau cymdeithasol yn beth pwysig. I ni wedi bod yn sicrhau bod ni wedi bod yn ffonio'n aelodau yn gyson dros y pandemig i weld os bod nhw'n iawn, os bod nhw eisiau unrhyw beth. Y deimlad bod berthyn bod ni yma i cynorthwyo'n gilydd. Mae hynny yn bwysig iawn.
Ie, mae geiriau doeth yna o ran ceisio enyn aelodau falle sy'n teimlo falle bod nhw ddim yn rhan o rhywbeth ar hyn o bryd, i deimlo fel bod nhw'n bwysig a bod nhw'n gallu ymroi mewn ffordd. Mabon, beth yw dy feddyliau di yn un ar pandemig? Wrth gwrs, os yna pethau positif dyn ni'n gallu dod mas o sefyllfa sydd yn hynod negyddol?
Bosib iawn os. Peth mae rhaid ni gofio gyda gwleidyddiaeth, a ti'n gwybod yn well na unrhyw un am hynny, ydy bod gwleidyddiaeth am bobl. Pobl di graidd pob dim ni'n gwneud. Oedd Sioned wedi cyfeirio at hynny yn flaenorol. A'r angen i greu cyfleoedd gwell i bobl, i greu ansawdd bywyd gwell. Dyna be di gwleidyddiaeth. A'r hyn ni'n golli allan yn ystod y cyfnod pandemig yma, yn enwedig o ran ymgyrchu, yw'r cyfle yna i siarad gyda pobl, i gnocio drws, i gyfarfod pobl wyneb yn wyneb, y magu'r berthynas yna. A mae angen y berthynas yna arno ni os ydym ni'n deisyfu i fod yn gynrychiolwyr gwleidyddol. Achos mae angen ni adnabod yr unigolion, adnabod yr hyn sydd yn eu pryderu nhw a be maen nhw eisiau gweld yn gwella. Felly mae hynna'n yn amlwg yn rhywbeth sydd wedi golli am flwyddyn. Ond, wedi gweud hynny, mae wedi'n gorfodi ni i fynd a ffindio ffyrdd eraill. Dwi'n gwybod sawl cyfarfod Teams a Zoom dwi wedi bod yn cynnal dros y flwyddyn diwetha. Cyfarfodydd gyda grwpiau penodol, pobl sydd â diddordeb penodol mewn cymunedau arbennig ac yn y blaen. Ac felly, mae wedi'n galluogi ni gyda'r pobl wrach mewn rhyw ffordd nad o'n i wedi medru cyrraedd o'r blaen, sydd yn beth da. Mae hefyd yn golygu bod ni'n gorfod mynd nôl i'r ffordd hen ffasiwn o ysgrifennu llythyrau at bobl hefyd, a pethau mynd trwy'r post at bobl. Ond mae gynnau bryder fod na garfan o bobl yn ein cymdeithas ni, yn enwedig y rhai hun, ac os feddyl di am ddwyfo'r meirionydd, lle mae'r we a broadband da mor wael, mae yna garfan sydd yn colli allan ar hyn o bryd. Felly, mae rai ni feddwl eto am sut mae cyrraedd yn hw, a dos gynnau mae'r ateb ar hyn o bryd, ac yn yw sy'n i ddiolchgar unrhyw un arall sydd gyda ateb. Ond dwi yn pryderu am y garfan yna o bobl. Y 10-20% yna o bobl sydd just ddim yn cael eu cyrraedd ar hyn o bryd.
Ie, mae'n bwysig bod ni'n ceisio sicrhau bod ni'n apelio at bawb, bod nhw'n sicr yn gallu cyfathrebu gyda nhw. Does dim rhaid i fi wneud y tro yma, ond mae fe'n anodd iawn i bawb yn sicr, mae rhaid fi ddweud. Pan o'n i wedi cael yn ethol cyntaf, pobl yn gweithio fi, mae rhaid i chi cael rhyw fath o ymgyrch, neu bydd e'n dda i ti cael rhywbeth ti'n gallu arwain o ran ymgyrch traw i ti'n aelod, fel bod na pobl yn gallu dod ata ti o'r wasg neu o mediadau gwahanol i cysylltu ti gyda hynny. Just o ran eich diddordebau gwleidyddol, beth yw'r un peth, os byddech chi'n cael eich ethol, byddech chi'n hoffi bod chi yn gallu lladmeru drosto yn gryf a bod chi'n gallu arwain arno. Dechrau tro yma gyda Cari. What would you want to lead on as an issue? What would be your passion if you were elected? The first 100 days, so to speak.
I mean, yeah, hopefully we're well on our way to independence, isn't it? That's the big aim. But I think, for me, one of the big issues I've worked on for a very long time now is housing. So I would really like to see progress there in terms of tackling things like second homes, but also just the unsustainable nature of the whole housing system and planning system at the moment, and the way, we've got a real clash of policies, haven't we? We've got, a climate agenda there. And then the approach that we have to housing is completely unsustainable. So for me, I think, that would be very high up there. If I could, achieve reform in terms of housing and, particularly affordability, all these issues, it's a big topic, but that would be top of the agenda for me.
A rwy'n dwi'n edrych yn y tŷ, achos fi'n gwybod o'n i ar panel gyda ti ar tai cwbl o flynyddoedd yn ôl. Felly dwi'n sylweddoli bod hwnna'n rhywbeth sydd yn passion i ti hefyd, ond falle bod yna rhywbeth arall dwi'n yn ymwybodol ohono eto.
Ia, mae tai yn rhywbeth sy'n bwysig iawn i mi, a dwi'n cytuno'n hollol be mae Cari wedi dweud. Ond y peth arall sy'n ni'n licio ffocysu arno fo ydy rhywbeth mae Heledd yn mynd i cytuno fo fi, ydy llifogydd. Mae Dyffryn Conwy yma wedi hen arfer efo llifogydd, ond mae o'n digwydd llawer iawn mwy aml, a maen nhw'n lot mwy extreme nag erioed o'r blaen. A ti'n edrych ar data dros 10-20 mlynedd dwytha, a mae Dyffryn Conwy wedi arfer efo llifogydd, ond mae hyn yn digwydd ar draws Gymru bron iawn yn fusol erbyn hyn. Yn amlwg, mae yna broblem, a mae rhaid i ni fynd i'r afel a'r broblem yna. A rhan o'r ateb ydy bod ni'n taclo yr argyfwng hinsawdd. Felly mae yna ddwy ateb fan hyn, mae ateb tymor byr a'r tymor hir. A mae'r hen bryd bod yr atebion i'r tymor hir yn cael ei ateb.
Diolch, na i ddod i Heledd gan bod Aaron wedi sôn amdano ti. Yn sicr, dwi wedi gweld gwaith clodwyw wedi ti ac eraill wedi gwneud yn ardal Rhondda Cynon Taf ar y llifogydd yn gofyn am chwiliad annibynnol. Dwi'n siŵr bod Llafur yn lleol wedi cytuno i hynny, ond falle gallech ti dweud tym bach mwy am hynny ac eich blaenoriaethau ti yn y maes.
Yn sicr, dwi'n meddwl fydd Aaron a fi'n cydweithio'n agos iawn os yw'r ddau yn un y Senedd. Un o'r pethau cyntaf sy'n ni'n hoffi gweld ydy ymchwiliad annibynnol i'r llifogydd. Ddim dim ond yn Rhondda Cynon Taf, ond ledled Cymru. Mae Cyfoeth Naturiol Cymru wedi cnabod mae angen i ni gael sgwrs ddifrifol am hyn a dod fyny efo cynllun yn sgil yr argyfwng hinsawdd. Herwydd fel arall, da ni jyst yn taflu arian yn patio pethau fyny fel amddiffynfeydd ag ati, ond go iawn fydden ni fo'r bil yma'n flynyddol efo ffordd mae pethau mynd. A dwi'n meddwl, dwi wedi siarad efo gymaint bobl sydd wedi cael ei effeithio sy'n deud, dwi jyst eisiau'r cyngor brynu fy nhi, neu llywodraeth brynu fy nhi. Dwi'n gwybod bod yr argyfwng hinsawdd yn reality, ond does na neb yn edrych ar hyn ar y funud. A un o'r pethau sydd wedi fy hynddeiriogi ydy gweld Llafur yn Lloegr yn pleidleisio o blaid ymchwiliad annibynnol, a aelodau Senedd sy'n byw yn Rhondda Cynon Taf a cynrychioli Rhondda Cynon Taf yn pleidleisio o blaid yn Lloegr, lle maen nhw'n llywodraethu yng Nghymru a maen nhw'n gwrthod y cyfiawnder hynny i'r cymunedau. Sut mae hynny'n iawn? A mae rhaid fi ddeud, oedd yna un pwynt lle o'n i'n meddwl, ydw i'n mynd i allu sefyll tro yma efo'r pandemig, efo trio jyglo'r popeth fel dysgu o adre ag ati. A mi oedd gweld y llifogydd a'r anghyfiawnder amlwg yma yn un o'r rhesymau pam dwi dal yn ymgeisydd rwan. Oherwydd mae rhaid i ni parhau i frwydro, a mae geiriau gwag rhai o'r gwleidyddion Llafur, dwi wedi cael llon bol ohonyn nhw, a mae'n cymunedau ni yn heiddi gymaint gwell, a dim chwarae gwleidyddiaeth di hynny. Mae hyn yn rhy bwysig o lawer, wedyn edrych mlaen i ymgyrchu efo Aaron y gweddill Rhyw Plaid Cymru yn y Senedd gobeithio.
Y Mabon, beth am dyflynoriaethau di o ran ardal gwledig, ardal gwahanol iawn efallai i Rhondda Cynon Taf, ond pa fath o bethau mae pobl yn gweud, dim ar stepen drws, ond ar y ffôn neu ar cyfryngau cymdeithasol?
Mae ateb cwestiwn fel hyn yn beryglus yn dweud. Mae rhywun o hyd yn mynd i feddwl, wel, pam bod ti ddim wedi dweud hynna neu, mae hyn yn flaenoriaeth. Ond dwi mor falch i glywed Cari, er enghraifft, yn sôn rwan am dau. Edrychwch ar Cari yn Wrecsam, tre mawr ifanc diwydiannol efo maes drefi mawr ac wedi adnabod yr angen am dau yn fanno. Mae'r union yr un drafferthion yn wynebu cymunedau gwledig, fatha Dwyfor Meirionnydd, Aberconwy hefyd. Hynny yw'r angen yma am dau fforddiadwyr, angen i reoli'r farchnad dau, yr angen i rwystro pobl rhag prynu gormodydd o ail dau, trosio nhw i Airbnb ac yn y blaen. Mae yn gwestiwn sydd yn wynebu pob un o'n cymunedau ni, boed yn wledig, yn drefol, yn lanemorol ac yn y blaen, ond mae'r llywodraeth bresennol wedi gwrthod a gwneud unrhyw beth a gwrthod a chydnabod fod yn argyfwng ar hyn o bryd. Mae yna argyfwng tai yn y wynebu ni ar hyn o bryd, a mae angen gweithredu. Dyna pam, mewn gwirionedd, oedd Cyngor Gwynedd wedi gorfod, enghraifft, cynyddu premiwm treth nhw 100% yn ychwanegol, achos oedd Llywodraeth Llafur, Mark Drakeford, yn deud, da ni wedi rhoi grymodd i chi yn yr awdurdodau lleol i ddelio efo'r problemau tai yma, fel codi eich premiwm treth. Da chi ddim yn ei ddefnyddio fe, felly pam ddylwn ni wneud unrhyw beth arall? Felly hyn ar ei Cyngor Gwynedd wneud, chwarae teg o dan reolaeth Plaid Cymru o dweud, iawn, na ni ateb yr her yna, mi na ni gynyddio, na ni brofi fod y problemau yma'n parhau a fydd rhaid i chi weithredu. Mae'r problemau yma yn wynebu Dwyfor Meirionnydd, wynebu Wrecsam, Aberconwy, Castellnydd, Pontypridd Caerdydd, enwch unrhyw gymuned yng Nghymru, mae'n nhw'n wynebu ni, felly mi fyddwn ni yn blaenoriaethu ar hwnna.
Wel, dwi wedi sgwennu fel awr, Mabon, ac mae'n sicr byddwn ni'n disgwyl i ti, os wyt ti'n cael deffol i blaenoriaethu tai, a dwi'n ffyddio o gyfod y di. Sioned, oes yna materion eraill yn amlwg dwi'n nabod yr ardal yn dda, ond os oes pethau wyt ti yn bersonol yn meddwl, mae hwn yn rhywbeth dwi eisiau rili newid am fy ardal i?
Oes yn gwmws, ond mae'n gymaint ohonyn nhw, fel oedd Mabon yn dweud, allu fod mae droed prynawn yn rhestr nhw. In Neath Port Talbot, almost 1 in 5 of 16 to 25-year-olds are currently unemployed. And we know this is going to get worse. And as a school governor and as a mother of teenagers, one of them in her first year in university, I know that young people are amongst the hardest hit by COVID, perhaps. No, they haven't been dying in the numbers of the more elderly people, but the economic impact and the legacy of COVID for their futures is something we have to put front and centre when we're building back this new normal, this fairer, more inclusive Wales, because it's got to have young people at its heart, and that's what I feel passionately about, because it's young people who predominantly work in some of the hardest hit sectors like hospitality. They're losing jobs, and there's a real risk, I think, that school leavers and university graduates are going to face a huge tsunami of unemployment when they join the post-COVID jobs market. And I think it's not only the economic damage to them, but there's going to be a long legacy of damage to their confidence and mental health as well, unless major new support is provided. Also, we've heard it, tackling poverty for me is the big thing. In Neath Port Talbot alone, the figure of children in poverty is over 6,000. We know there's nearly 200,000 children in Wales that are living in poverty. And so that is a huge priority for me in this area. The other thing, you were asking what is getting noticed on social media. Well, I can tell you in this area, it's council tax, because Neath Port Talbot has one of, as you know, Bethan, has one of the highest council tax rates in the whole of Wales. People don't think it's fair, and I'm glad that Plaid Cymru have committed to looking at reforming council tax to make it fairer and more progressive, because people are struggling financially. We have to do something about this at last.
Well, Shauna, that's a long list of things, but I will also hold you to it. But I think, council tax does animate the minds. And, people say, well, how come I'm paying more than, a richer perceived area than Gower in Neath Port Talbot? It doesn't seem fair. And I think that's something that I would totally agree with you on. And obviously, poverty, that's something we all want to fight the scourge of. Rhys, dim I anghofio ti, wrth gwrs, mi wyt ti'n byw mewn dinas, a mae yna, fel oedd Sioned yn dweud, mae pobl ifanc wedi stryglo'n fawr yn ystod y pandemig, ac fydd myfyrwyr yn grŵp enfawr o bobl byddwch chi'n ceisio apelio ato. Be byddwch chi'n dweud wrth y myfyrwyr hynny sydd falle yn mynd i bleidleisio neu'n ceisio pleidleisio i Blaid Cymru am y tro cyntaf?
Be mae rhaid ni sicrhau yw ar ôl y Covid, mae gofyn i ni fod yn radical, mae gofyn i ni roi i rhywbeth radical i bod newid mawr sylfaenol i'n cymdeithas i. Dyna ddigwyddodd ar ôl yr ail ryfel byd, da'r Llywodraeth Atli mission i wneud yr union yr un peth yng Nghymru nawr ar ôl y pandemig. Bod ni'n cynnig rhywbeth newydd gwell. A mae'r cynnig yma bod swydd i pob person ifanc yn anhygoel, a byddwn ni wrth y modd yn chwarae'r rhan yn hynny o beth. Felly, ni sydd gyda'r polisi radical, dyn ni ddim moyn fwy o just yr un hen peth i ni'n cael dar blaid lafur yng Nghymru, ac ni wedi gweld droion, yn dyn ni. Pa mae rhaid i nhw sefyll lan dros Gymru, dyn nhw methu. A maen nhw wedi cael ers 1922 i wneud e. A maen nhw wedi cael yr sydd gymlynedd yn y Senedd, a dyn nhw ddim yn neud oherwydd yn y diwedd, maen nhw'n atebol i bencadlys yn Llundain, a maen nhw'n poeni fwy am etholwyr yn Lloegr ac yn cymryd Cymru a pobl ifanc Cymru yn ganiatawol. Felly dyna beth sydd da ni efo blaid i Gymru, rhywbeth radical, rhywbeth newydd, rhywbeth gwell i Gymru. A rhywbeth byddwn ni yn eisiau chwarae rôl, pe byddwn ni'n cael yn ethol i'r Senedd, yw cyfiawnder yn yn swyddi. Fi'n gweld lle mae Cymru, dyn ni ddim yn afterthought yno, ni'n cael ein anwybyddu yn llwyr. A mae hwn yn meddwl wedyn ni bod pobl Cymru yn cael ei gadael i lawr. Mae yna fwy Cymru sydd gyda y fwyaf o bobl yn cael ei mynd i'r carchar yn gorllewin Ewrop. Mae'r peth yn warthus. Bydd y Cari yn gwybod, Berwyn yn Wrexham. Pam yn y byd bod ni wedi caniatáu adeiladu carchar mwyaf gorllewin Ewrop jyst tu fas i Wrexham. Enghraifft arall o Cymru'n cael ei adael lawr, a dyna be byddwn ni'n brwydro. Byddwn ni'n brwydro i cael cyfiawnder i Gymru ac yn brwydro i basio deddfe sydd ddim dwmod yn aspirational, rhywbeth fel deddf cenedlaethau'r dyfodol. Pryd mae'r pobl wedi trial defnyddio hwnna yn y llysoedd, mae wedi cael ei dwlu mas ar bob achlysur. Mae eisiau ni pasio deddfe sy'n fwy na just siarad, mae eisiau ni pasio deddfe sy'n gwneud gwahaniaeth realistig i bobl Cymru.
Wel, Rhys, dwi'n byw yn Caerdydd nawr, actually, felly byddai'n gallu pleidleisio dros y ti, ac mae hwnna wedi sbardino fi i pleidleisio dros y ti gyda'r angerdd hynny. Yn sicr, dych chi gyd wedi dangos angerdd, a dwi yn ffyddiog bod y dyfodol mewn dwylo cryf gyda chi oll, a dwi'n gobeithio byddech chi'n cael eich ethol. Carrie, you mentioned earlier independence, and I just wanted to get the panel's view on independence. I know that we're putting it front and centre, and that's perfectly right. And we've seen new polls that show a growth for independence. What's your feeling on the momentum that's growing? Do you think that this election is the place for us to be discussing it? What's your feeling in your communities?
Something's happening, isn't it? You know, and I don't think we're going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle. So this is the direction of travel is clear, isn't it, in terms of independence? And I think there's a reason why we've got to talk about this now, because the UK constitutionally is going to change, isn't it? You know, Scotland is going to get that second independence referendum. I think they're going to win that referendum. We've got to think about what's happening in Ireland as well, the potential of Irish reunification. So I think there's a danger for us in Wales that we just get sort of caught in the crosswinds. You know, we need to be focused now. We need to really think about how we carve that path out for ourselves. And that's why this conversation has to happen now. And I think this next Senedd term is going to be absolutely vital in terms of that conversation, and for us potentially as Senedd members in leading and in shaping that conversation, because the road to independence is a political one, isn't it? And I think that is a message that people are understanding, that is only going to gain momentum over the next sort of weeks, months and years.
Yeah, I totally agree, Carrie. Mabon, just o ran y symudiad, mae yna grwpiau gwahanol sydd yn mobileiddio nawr fel IEC dros Gymru a Undod ac yn y blaen. Be ydych chi'n credu yw rôl a pwysigrwydd grwpiau fel hynny? Ydy hynny'n mynd i helpu newid meddwl pobl falle sydd ddim cweit yno eto i ddod gyda ni ar y llwybr annibyniaeth?
Mae'n holl bwysig. Mae'n gwbl bwysig. Mae'n allweddol mewn gwirionedd. Hynny yw, gall plaid wleidyddol wneud y syniau gwleidyddol am y peth a gwneud yr ochr wleidyddol na cynnig referendum yn y blaen. Ond mae rhaid cael lle cyhoeddus i siarad am hyn. Mae rhaid cael lle i bobl rannu syniadau. Ac yn flaenorol cyn Yes Cymru er enghraifft, oedd unrhyw sôn am annibyniaeth yn cael ei gael lawr yn syth gan bobl oedd o blaid drefn bresennol. Oedden nhw'n cael ei lawr yn dadlau fod Cymru rhy fach, bod Cymru rhy dlawd, a dyn ni gyd yn ymwybodol bellach o'r dadleuon hynny. Ac oedd pobl yn camu ffwrdd ac yn ofn trafod o. Yr hyn mae Yes Cymru, yr hyn mae Undod, yr hyn mae'r mudiadau newydd yma sydd yn blaguron gwneud, ydy gorfodi'r drafodaeth yna'n gyhoeddus. Rhoid o allan yna, dweud, wel oce, yn herio pobl, os ydych chi'n angytuno gyda ni, pam? Rhowch eich resymau pam. a mae'n gorfodi pobl i feddwl. Mae hynna wedyn yn rhoi lle gwleidyddol i blaid fel Plaid Cymru ddweud, dyna lle dyn ni eisiau bod, ac mwyn i ni fedru gweithredu a gwireddu hynna, mae rhaid i ni gael yr elfen wleidyddol yna, plaid wleidyddol sydd yn mynd i gael referendum, sydd yn mynd i ddatblygu bil ac yna basio fawr mwyn cael referendum. Felly, mae'n dda fod Cymru ac yn y blaen yn anwleidyddol, yn bleidiol, mae rhaid cael hynny. Ond ar yr un pryd mae rhaid cael y plaid wleidyddol yna sydd yn mynd i wireddu y deisyfiad yma ar ddiwedd y dydd. Felly, ydyn ni'n mynd i'r un cyfeiriad, ond mi ydyn ni yn ddwy fudiad gwahanol neu'n ddwy gorff gwahanol yn yr un mudiad.
Ie, diolch. Fi'n credu bod yn bwysig cydnabod bod mudiadau fel yna'n cael eu lle hefyd. Mae'n bwysig bod falle pobl sydd ddim eisiau ymuno gyda plaid yn y lle cyntaf yn teimlo fod yna rhywle arall maen nhw'n gallu teimlo gyffyrddus gyda ymgyrchu. Rhys, o ti'n siarad am cyfiawnder ac mae hwnna'n enghraifft onest a chlir ynglyn â ble bydde ti eisiau newid. Wyt ti'n meddwl bod angen i ni dod lan a enghreifftiau clir i bobl Cymru o ble a beth bydden ni eisiau newid pe bydden ni'n cael annibyniaeth?
O sicr, mi eisiau ni ddangos i bobl Cymru, bydd y Cymru yn wlad gwell pe bydden ni'n cael reolaeth dros bethau ein hunain. Mae wedi cael ei ddangos tro ar ôl tro, mae'r hanes yn dangos i ni bod gwledydd annibynnol yn ffynnu ac yn yr hir dymor bod gwledydd annibynnol yn lot yn well. They never lived a nation that ruled another well yw'r hen adage, a mae fe'n hollol wir am Gymru. Ni yn y sefyllfa economaidd wael ar hyn o bryd oherwydd degawdau canrifoedd o reolaeth oddi wrth y wael oddi wrth Llundain. Ble ni yn cael ein hanwybyddu. Felly mae'n holl bwysig bod ni'n dangos dyma fath o Gymru ni moyn. Ni moyn Cymru fwy cyfiawn, ni moyn Cymru fwy gyfoethog, ni moyn Cymru sy'n fwy deg i bawb, yn enwedig y rheini sydd ar gyrion cymdeithas, y rheini sy'n cael ei anghofio tro ar ôl tro gan Llywodraeth San Steffan a gan Llywodraeth lligoi'r dawel yn y Mae Caerdydd.
Ie, cytuno'n llwyr. Sioned, yn ardal Castell Lydd Port Talbot yn amlwg referendum ar Senedd, ar creu cynulliad, oedd yr ardal yn gryf. Ond wyt ti'n credu bod na bobl yn barod i drafod annibyniaeth? Beth yw dy deimlad di o beth mae pobl yn trafod ar y strydoedd yn yr ardal?
Wel, dwi ddim yn gwybod beth maen nhw'n trafod ar y strydoedd. Ond yn sicr, dwi'n
Does neb ar y strydoedd ar hyn o bryd.
Ond dwi'n sicr yn gwybod bod na awch ar gyfer newid. Mae pobl wedi gweld bod y status quo ddim yn dderbyniol. Mae Covid wedi dod â hynny'n amlwg yn diwe. Does dim rhaid i ni ddangos rhyw fath o propaganda bod San Steffan ddim yn gwrando arno ni ragor. Mae yna brawf o hynny. Dyn ni'n gwybod bod Llywodraeth San Steffan wedi anwybyddu a ddim wedi cyfathrebu gyda Llywodraeth Cymru yn ystod yr argyfwng Covid. Felly, dwi'n meddwl bod hynny wedi dechrau dod yn glir i bobl. Felly, ie, dwi yn teimlo bod pobl yn gweld bod angen rhyw nod, fel oedd Cari'n sôn, mae pethau newid. Beth bynnag yw'ch barn chi yma yng Nghymru, mae'r deyrnas gyfunol yn mynd i newid a mae angen i ni yng Nghymru dechrau trafod hynny, dechrau meddwl am hynny. Ond dwi'n cytuno hefyd gyda'r pwyntiau sydd wedi cael ei wneud bod rhaid i ni ddangos. Mae'n dda bod mudiadau fel Yes Cymru yn rhoi cyfeiriad i ni. Mae pob mudiad gwleidyddol angen cyfeiriad a nod, a dwi'n meddwl bod y mudiad annibyniaeth yn rhoi hynny i Blaid Cymru, ond mae rhaid i ni wedyn yn y Blaid Gwleidyddol ddangos sut mae annibyniaeth yn mynd i wella bywydau pobl. Dwi'n gwybod gyda'r cynlluniau sydd gyda ni fel Plaid ar y Gweill o ran y 5 mlynedd tuag at referendum, y byddwn ni yn gobeithio cael y comisiwn yma sy'n mynd i ddangos, sy'n mynd i ateb y cwestiynau dilys yma sydd gan bobl a'r pryderon yma sydd gyda nhw mwyn i symud nhw tuag at gytuno gyda ni bod angen annibyniaeth i Gymru.
Fi ddim yn siŵr os oedd rhywbeth ychwanegol i Heledd neu Aron ar hwn, neu o'n i jyst eisiau mynd mlaen i ofyn cwestiwn ynglyn a cynrychiolaeth yn gyffredinol. Mae yna lot o sôn yn ddiweddar nad yw'r Senedd yn gynrychioliadwy falle ac yn edrych i'r dyfodol bod llai o fenywod yn mynd i fod yna, ac yn sicr does dim un menyw o cefndir ethnic wedi bod yn y Senedd. Beth yw'ch beth yw dy barn di ar hynny, Heledd, a beth ti'n meddwl dylen newid mwyn sicrhau bod y Senedd yn fwy gynrychioliadwy o Gymru yn gyffredinol?
Wel, di o ddim digon da o gwbl. Dwi'n meddwl dwi'n siomedig iawn bod gynnon ni ddim mwy amrywiaeth o ran yn ymgeisyddion ni fel Plaid yn mynd mewn i'r etholiad yma hefyd. A un o'r pethau nes i addo mewn cyfarfod ymylol nos Iau, os dwi yn y Senedd, un o'n mlaenoriaethau i fydd newid y ffordd da ni'n dewis ymgeisyddion, ffordd da ni yn cael mwy amrywiaeth, a hefyd dwi'n meddwl system ddadleisio, dydy hi ddim yn gweithio fel mae hi ar y funud. Mae yna gan Taylor Swift, nes i wrando a repeat dros y flwyddyn dwytha yma, sydd os wyt ti yn ddyn bod y gymaint haws a ti'n gorfod gweithio dwbl mor galed i fod efo gobaith, dod yn ail ar rhestr canol de Cymru i'r Rhys. Ges i bob math o gwestiynau ynglyn â beth sy'n mynd i ddigwydd i fy mab i os dwi'n y Senedd gan bod o'n saith. Swn i'n ddifyr iawn clywed faint o gwestiynau fel yna mae ymgysyddion sy'n ddynion yn cael. A mae hynna gan yn haelodau ni sy'n dewis y bobl sy'n sefyll ag ati. A dwi efo gymaint o fanteision i gymharu efo bobl eraill. Enghraifft, wedyn, os dwi'n uchel i'n anodd efo'r holl fanteision yma, sut dyn ni'n cael yr amrywiaeth mewn? A dwi'n meddwl, dyn ni wedi siarad am y peth fel Plaid, mae'r holl bleidiau wedi siarad am y peth, ond dyn ni'n gweld cam yn ôl. Wedyn, be ydy'r pethau sy'n mynd i newid? A mae yna gymaint mwy fedrwn ni wneud. A dwi'n meddwl, os na ni jyst parhau i siarad, yna dyn ni'n mynd i fod yn yr un sefyllfa mewn 5 mlynedd eto. A mewn ffordd, os dwi yn y Senedd, fyddai'n hapus iawn i golli fy lle ar y rhestr tro nesaf, os di'n golygu bod yna rhywun sydd yn mynd i gynrychioli'r gymuned fwy yn mynd i fod ar ben yr rhestr. Fyswn ni'n hapus iawn efo hynna mwyn sicrhau'r amrywiaeth yna, oherwydd mae dirfawr i angen o, a mae angen gweithredu hefyd, nid just geiriau gwag.
Geiriau cryf yna, mae'n sicr byddwn ni'n cytuno bod angen i ni fel Plaid hefyd i newid lot o'r systemau i'r dyfodol. Gwell, mae hwn gwell i bawb. Aron, o'n i'n gweld ti'n nodio dy ben di fyna. Beth yw dy barn di, nid yn unig ynglyn â menywod, ond sectorau eraill o gymdeithas nad sydd yn ein Senedd ni ar hyn o bryd?
Ia, just i ddeud bod fi'n cytuno efo Heledd, a bod ni'n dechrau'r broses yma newid systema ni yn fewnol, rwan nid blwyddyn cyn etholiad. Ia, da ni'n gwybod bod etholiad yn mynd i bod mewn 5 mlynedd, so waith ni dechrau newid a sôn amdano nhw rwan. Ond hefyd, da ni hefyd angen fwy o bobl ifanc mewn gwleidyddiaeth. Dwi yn credu yn gryf yn hynny o beth. O'n i'n 19 pan dos i'n ymgeisydd i'r cyngor yn 2017, ac o'n i'n 20 pan daeth yr etholiad yn mis Mai, ac yn 20 mlwydd oed yn sefyll mewn siambr yn sbio o gwmpas yn gweld y pobl profiadol yma gyd. Oedd o'n eitha'n daunting i fod yn hollol onest. A wrth gwrs mae'n anodd wedyn, dydy. Os wyt ti ddim yn gweld pobl ifanc eraill yn sefyll i'r cyngor neu'n sefyll i'r Senedd, mae o'n anodd wedyn i cymuned dy hun bod na le i bobl ifanc mewn gwleidyddiaeth. So, na, dwi'n cytuno 100% efo beth mae Heledd yn dweud.
Gai just gyfrannu?
Na, sori, na, iawn. Cer amdani.
Dyna un peth ni'n trial wneud yr enghraifft yn Nwyfor Meirionnydd, a dwi'n ymwybodol fod yna ganghennau ag etholaethau eraill yn gwneud. Dechrau'r y broses rwan hyn o adnabod pobl fydd yn gallu cyfrannu sydd yn dod o gefndiroedd o pob gefndir yn mwyn bod ni'n cael plaid sydd yn cynrychioli trawstoriad mor eang a phosib o'n gwlad ni. Achos mae'n gwlad ni'n un sydd â phobl o bob iaith, o bob cefndir, a mae angen i hynny cael ei gynrychioli, nid yn mond yn y plaid, ond yn y Senedd hefyd. A mae hynna'n dod at y pwynt o dwi'n cofio pryd oedd e? Nôl yn 2002, 2003, dod ar draws merch ifanc yn Brifysgol Aberystwyth, oedd yn dambaid eisiau gweithredu a gwella ansawdd bywyd pobl. Ac angen gael y ferch ifanc yna mewn i wleidyddiaeth. A dyna ddigwyddodd. A'r ferch ifanc yna wrth gwrs yw Tŷ Bethan. A mae dy gyfraniad i os gai dyswef yn hyn, achos hwn yw dy gynhadledd ola di fel aelod etholedig, mae dy gyfraniad i wedi bod yn aruthrol dros y blynyddoedd. Ti wedi gwneud cyfraniad sydd wedi gwella ansawdd bywyd pobl, sydd wedi sicrhau bod ti'n rhoi pethau ar yr agenda wleidyddol a gwneud yn siŵr bod pobl yn gwrando ac yn newid pethau. A diolch Bethan am hynny. Ti wedi ysbrydoli fi'n gwybod bod ti wedi ysbrydoli pobl eraill hefyd. A dwi'n mor ddiolchgar yn gobeithio byddwn ni'n gweld ti nôl rhywbryd yn y dyfodol, nid o'r bell a hynny ffordd.
Diolch yn fawr, Bon, fi ddim eisiau mynd yn emosiynol. Edrych arna i nawr. Wel na, because it was true in Mabon in university, I would say you inspired me to get involved in politics. You know, the passion you've shown. We set up the Peace Festival in Aberystwyth together and campaigned against the Iraq War. So I would say, you know, issues are important, aren't they? I always say to young people, you don't have to just want to be a politician. Get involved in the issues that make you tick, that make you want to change the world, and then, you know, think about what party that would fit with and what your ideology can fit with. And so, you know, I would say everybody on this panel has inspired me in different ways, and let's go on doing that so that we can get more people involved in Plaid Cymru. That's what it's all about. I haven't got much time left, so I just wanted to come to Carrie quickly in terms of diversity. Could you just tell us a tiny bit about, you know, in a place like Wrexham, how difficult that is to get different people from different communities involved in politics?
Yeah, it has been difficult, but I tell you what fills me with hope really is certainly seeing recently more, especially young women coming forward locally as potential candidates for the future. That's fantastic to see. And I suppose one of the main things that you hear from people when they're thinking about standing or getting involved in politics is, well, you know, I don't know enough, or I'm not confident enough. And I think, you know, across the board, whether it's women, it's young people, we need that diversity, don't we? And, you know, I tell people, you know, when I decided to stand, it's going back 13 years ago now, I hadn't voted before that election. I hadn't spoken in public. I had no idea how the council worked, but I knew I wanted to change things, and I knew the way to do that was politically. And I think intention and motivation are the most important things. And if you've got those right, you've got everything you need. So I would really encourage, you know, people across the board, you know, to go for it. Whichever part of Wales you're standing in, hopefully people will pick up from the panel today that there will be support for you to stand. So, you know, I hope people take the plunge. That'd be my advice. Go for it.
Gallai gweud un peth really gloi hefyd. Mae wedi cymryd tan nawr. Dwi'n 49 mlwydd oed, a mae wedi teimlo tan nawr, bo fi wedi bod â diddordeb mewn gwleidyddiaeth ar hyd fy mywyd, a mae wedi cymryd tan nawr I fi deimlo bod modd I fi sefyll fel ymgeisydd, a mae hwnna mewn gwirionedd oherwydd y gofynion a'r cyfrifoldebau sy'n dal I gwympo yn bennaf ar ysgwyddau menmod mewn cymdeithas. Felly mae rhaid wneud rhywbeth am y prosesau, oes, mae rhaid I ni feithrin hyder pobl a dod yn ymlaen, mae rhaid I ni wneud rhywbeth am y brosesau o ddewis ag ethol, ond hefyd am y darlun ehangach o ran menwod, o ran mwyn cael menwod mewn I bywyd cyhoeddus, mae rhaid cael llais menyw yn y stafell lle mae'r penderfyniad yn cael ei wneud sy'n effeithio ar bobl sy'n becso am ofal plant ac am ofal am aelodau hŷn o teulu ag yn y blaen. Felly mae yna rhywbeth ehangach I wneud hefyd.
Yn sicr, Sioned, mae cymdeithas, 50% o bobl yn ein cymdeithas ni yma yng Nghymru yn fenywod, a weithiau mae'n cymryd menyw mewn gwleidyddiaeth I godi'r materion yma, lle nad oedden nhw'n cael eu codi o'r blaen, enghraifft gyda'r system pandemig nawr, gyda furlough, lot fawr o fenywod ddim wedi gallu cael mynediad at unrhyw fath o gyllid oherwydd natur ei swyddi, ac felly mae'n bwysig iawn, mae'n dda I glywed fod ti yn mynd I codi y pethau yma os wyt ti'n cael dy ethol. Mae cwpl o funudau ar ôl gyda ni, a dwi yn mynd I defnyddio discretion cadeirydd os mae'n iawn, jyst am y cwpl o funudau ola, jyst I ddweud diolch I fy nhî mi ac I bawb yn Gorllewin De Cymru, gan gynnwys Sioned, ac I bawb ar y panel yma sydd wedi bod yn gefnogol I fi dros y blynyddoedd. Mae yn mynd I fod yn od I sefyll lawr o wleidyddiaeth, ond hoffwn I diolch i'r tîm yn Baglan sydd wedi helpu fi trwy gydol fy ngyrfa, ac I tîm Dr Dai Lloyd hefyd sydd wedi gweithio gyda ni. Fyddai yn actifydd bywyd fel mae Mabon ac eraill yn gwybod, ac felly pyn a bydda fi yna o ran fod yn etholedig, bydd dim teitl gen I, ond bydd gen I angerdd I helpu chi fel aelodau etholedig, a please gofynnau fi helpu chi am beth bynnag chi'n neud. Ac I fi, yr hyn byddwn ni'n hoffi gorffen gyda yw, byddwch yn driw I chi'ch hun. Bydd na pobl yn ceisio tynnu pethau mas o chi, I ceisio gwneud I chi cymodi, ac wrth gwrs, gyda oed, mae fe'n dda I gymodi weithiau. Fi yn cydnabod hynny. Mae yna gyfnodau lle nad ydw I wedi cymodi, ac wedi gwneud falle, dim gelynion, mae hwnna'n rhy dofn o air, ond wedi creu problemau I fi fy hun. Ond peidiwch â cymodi eich egwyddorion gormod, byddwch yn gyffyrddus gyda penderfyniadau ydych chi'n gwneud am eich ardal chi, achos hynny sy'n bwysig ar diwedd y dydd. Os ydych chi'n hapus gyda'r hyn, dych chi'n cynnig rheoli ar rhan Plaid Cymru yna hynny sydd yn ennill y dydd drwy'r amser. Felly diolch yn fawr i chi a pob lwc yn yr etholiad. Dwi'n gobeithio byddwch chi gyd yno fel tîm amrywiol, llawn pasiwn, bywiog ar gyfer y dyfodol. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi.
Bethan, diolch o galon i ti, ffantastig. A dymuniadau gorau i ti wrth gwrs a dy deulu, a phob lwc i'r ymgeiswyr i gyd ar fai y chweched.
Bydd bygythiad goblygiadau Covid-19 a Brexit yn siapio'r ddegawd nesaf mewn ffyrdd na allwn ddychmygu. Ac wrth i'r ymgyrch i ethol Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru yn 2021 gyflymu, rydyn ni'n gofyn yn garedig am eich help chi. Dros y flwyddyn diwetha, rydyn ni wedi bod yn gosod y seiliau ar gyfer yn etholiad seneddol mwyaf llwyddiannus erioed. Nawr, rydyn ni'n gwybod y bydd y roddwyr mawr o'r tu fas i Gymru yn ariannu ymgyrch y toried, a bydd rai o'r undebau unwaith eto yn ysgrifennu checiau ar gyfer llafur. Rydyn ni'n blaid sy'n cael ei harwain gan y bobl, dros y bobl. Allwn ni ddim a gobeithio ethol Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru fydd yn gwneud gwahaniaeth go iawn i fywydau pobl heb eich help chi. Gyfynwn yn garedig felly i chi ystyried roi'r hyn y gallwch i'r ymgyrch hon heddiw. Boed yn 2 bint a 10 cinog, 1 bint ar 20 neu 210. Mae pob ceiniog yn helpu. Gyda'n gilydd, gallwn ethol y Llywodraeth Cymru gyntaf erioed sydd o blaid annibyniaeth. Diolch ymlaen llaw am eich holl gefnogaeth.
And remember, you can contribute to our 2021 election campaign, of course, by following the link below on the screen right now. Cofiwch fyna gyfle chi gyfrannu at yr ymgyrch trwy wefan Plaid Cymru. Reit, wel, paned fach yn gloi, glasod fach o ddŵr y fi, ddim meddwl. Time for a quick tea break. We'll be back at 3:10, felly no mewn 10 munud. Hwyl am y tro. Croes yn ôl i chi, welcome back. Nawr, i ni bron a chwblhau yn taith ni o gwmpas Cymru, we have almost completed our journey around Wales. We'll now take you to the, well, iconic Barry Island, where Nadine Marshall, the Police and Crime Commissioner candidate for South Wales, will give her speech. What brought Nadine to her candidacy, well, it's both heartbreaking and inspirational, and it's a story of loss and resilience. I'll let Nadine tell you her story. Draw ni at Nadine.
Gyfeillion, friends, my name is Nadine Marshall, and today it is my honour to be given the opportunity to speak to you as candidate for the South Wales Police and Crime Commissioner elections on the 6th of May 2021. Please allow me to share my story. 6 years ago, I was working full-time and a wife and mum to 3 incredible children. Life was hectic, noisy, and often disorganised. Despite this, I was enjoying my job as an educational coordinator, beginning to feel as though I was sometimes winning the daily battles of life. How wrong I was, how naive I was to believe that I was winning. That day, I discovered what pain really feels like. That pain has not diminished or left me. However, it has given me the determination to prevent the evil of crime and injustice from ever forcing its way and imposing itself onto any family. On the 8th of March, my birthday, I became a player in a game of no winners. My life took the most harrowing turn. On that day, my family was torn and traumatised beyond words. Being told that my son, my handsome son, had been attacked and injured in the most horrific way will haunt me forever. Medicinal care, wishes and prayers were not enough to save Connor. The brutality of the unprovoked attack had caused irreversible damage. From that day, I knew I would never accept that things happened for a reason. It's impossible to prepare for such trauma, yet the living nightmare was to worsen. Following a police investigation and subsequent murder trial and 2 inquests, we learnt the details of events that should never have happened. Discovering that the perpetrator was known to police and probation staff was staggering and unbelievable. A catalogue of events and missed opportunities had culminated in the death of Connor. Processes and procedures were not adhered to. Information sharing was insufficient, if at all. Nobody was willing to be truthful. The system allowed another murder of an innocent young man. I was not willing for Connor to be a crime statistic. I was not willing to be the one of the thousands of families affected by violent crime. For 4 years, I dedicated my life to ensuring justice for Connor. My work within the justice system has now ensured changes to the probation service management of offenders. Connor has been recognised as the reason for change and the reason for transparency. Policies and procedures are forever changed and will ensure that another family does not have to endure an arduous battle for answers. I'm standing for the role of Police and Crime Commissioner because I want a justice system that is inclusive, transparent and accountable. I believe that victims of any crime deserve understanding, support and compassion. Any crime has the potential to destroy the life of a victim and a victim's family. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to explain my priorities. Too often the catastrophic effects of living with crime are overlooked and undervalued. However, it's equally important that those that work within the policing system are recognised, appreciated and given sufficient training and support to enable the development and continuation of services and in turn the raising of public satisfaction. It's vital that any Police and Crime Commissioner has an honest and pragmatic relationship with the Chief Constable, ensuring the safety and security of both police and communities. Crime doesn't discriminate. The fact is, the effects of crime can damage and wreak havoc if not supported or identified adequately. I accept that the Police and Crime Commissioner alone cannot address or rectify every weakness within the criminal justice system. However, Commissioners are an integral voice in ensuring policing is engaging with communities and that the spending of funds allocated is proportionate and relevant to the very many communities across South Wales. Mental health is sadly an issue and experienced by many people, regardless of their position within the justice system. Poor mental health attacks professionals and perpetrators alike. Mental health and well-being remain a factor of everyday life, and at this time especially, we can all identify with the side effects of poor mental health and well-being. As Police and Crime Commissioner, I will work to advocate the importance of good mental health, recognising that too often the police are the first emergency service for people experiencing a mental health crisis. Support must be timely, relevant and local. Engaging with services that are easily accessible must be a priority, yet services remain underfunded and undervalued. Police personnel must be given support and understanding, remembering that they too face pressure and often unrealistic public expectation. I will prioritise this as the new Commissioner. An open, holistic approach to mental health and crime prevention is the key to safer communities and a better informed workforce. Supporting those that are suffering from mental health is vital. The Blue Lights programme is a good example of managing mental health, which I would mirror across South Wales. Understanding and recognising the impact of mental health and engaging with staff and communities must be a priority in 2021 and beyond. Partnership working must be encouraged to improve the ability to identify vulnerable and target services and support those in crisis. Support and guidance for those that may need it should be easily available. The content and quality of support must be specific to the needs of the individual. Simply doing the same thing the same way is not an option. Integrating and embedding the multi-agencies in crime prevention and crime reduction is key. Sharing good practice should be routine, and yet too often victims of crime are not recognised within current guidelines or procedures. Policing pressures now more than ever are fast changing and varied. Reaching expectations of what can be done and what is being done are not always at the same place at the same time. It's my intention to fully integrate and embed the work of social health and economic initiatives to finally allow those without a voice to be heard, and to be heard clearly. We each deserve to be respected, to be believed and to be shown compassion and dignity, regardless of gender, age, race or religion. Social justice must be a reality across South Wales. There's no place for discrimination or prejudice. It must be called out and recognised. It's vital that those affected by crime, including policing staff in our communities, can be heard without fear or reprisal, disbelief or ridicule. As your Police and Crime Commissioner, I will strive for a service that is accessible, efficient and effective. Community safety and policing must work together to reflect a changing world and the distinctive aspects of Welsh society. The challenges to all those that live and work across the communities of South Wales are as wide as its valleys and as many as its beaches. It's a fact that too many communities are blighted by low-level crime that has a very real and often unhealthy effect on our lives. Plaid Cymru pledges to implement the Victims' Code of Practice. This will safeguard the vulnerable and enhance victim support. Access and availability of support services must be possible to all that are suffering with mental health. Routine engagement with specialist providers and third sector organisations will develop a greater understanding and awareness of the impact and cost that crime has on an individual and wider community. Tackling hate crime, antisocial behaviour and safeguarding the vulnerable are daily challenges faced by all forces across Wales. I accept there isn't a magic formula that is going to eradicate crime. However, I do not accept that crime is the result of people not caring or not wanting something better. Victims of crime must have the confidence to come forward to report crimes, safe in the knowledge that they will be treated with respect and sympathy by a multicultural police service. Delivery of policing must mirror the cultural diversity of South Wales. We must embrace initiatives to recognise, understand and combat all forms of racism and bigotry in our streets, online and in our media. Ensuring sympathetic support services for victims of hate crime are easily accessible and available. Taking this into consideration, as Police and Crime Commissioner for South Wales, I will ask questions. I will listen to and look for solutions. I will always be honest and unbiased. I will be professional and determined in my work. I will strive for transparency and accountability across the force. If appropriate, I will scrutinise complaints to the Professional Standards Department concerning any crime. This is based on my passionate belief that a preventative approach to tackling crime addresses the many underlying causes of crime, protects children and safeguards the very most vulnerable within society. In a modern world, criminals and criminal activity is so sophisticated and often unseen. Exploitation and fraudulent methods of crime are progressing at a fast pace. Police forces must be adapting and implementing new technologies to minimise the possibilities of online abuse and cyber fraud. Investment in establishing economic crime units with investigative capacity for personal and business fraud, giving priority to cases affecting the most vulnerable. Campaigns, policing and initiatives to educate and promote self-protection from cybercrime are essential in an ever-increasing digital world. It is accepted that adverse childhood experiences can and do have a destructive impact on the individual. Indeed, the Welsh Adverse Childhood Experience study at Bangor University shows that those with 4 or more ACEs were 14 times more likely to have been a victim of violence over a 12-month period, 15 times more likely to have committed a violent crime, and 20 times more likely to be imprisoned during their lifetime. Collaborating with education, health, economic and criminal justice is a challenge for any policing area. Indeed, this is made more difficult due to the disparity in the national funding formula for Wales. I believe that capital city funding for Cardiff and Swansea should be made available, as it is to London, Edinburgh and Belfast. Understanding the differences and challenges between policing rural and urban areas is vital. We simply cannot expect to tackle issues that face communities in such different areas in a similar way. Debate and funding initiatives must be encouraged to tackle rising youth offending and antisocial behaviour. The need to address the underlying causes of crime are well documented. I strongly believe that a whole system approach like that used in Scotland would be beneficial to South Wales. This would have the effect of linking services and provide early intervention and support mechanisms to those who find themselves within the spiral of reoffending. Diverting children and young people from offending is more effective than relying on short custodial sentences that offer limited opportunities for rehabilitation and support. Plaid Cymru supports the decriminalisation of drugs. The current hardline approach criminalises citizens who may use drugs medicinally or recreationally without harming others. Criminalising those with an addiction is not supportive or beneficial in the long term. Decriminalisation does not legalise any drug. Instead, it changes the way in which we deal with minor drug possession. Rather, it treats users as potentially vulnerable rather than as criminals. Focusing on the number of people with dependency and addressing the underlying causes of misuse with initiatives such as Checkpoint Cymru are programmes that divert low-level offenders away from the criminal justice system. To close, Police and Crime Commissioners are the voice of the people in holding the police force to account, overseeing the delivery of efficient and effective services to reduce crime and reoffending. The strategic direction of the police force is a responsibility that requires integrity, skill and tenacity. As your South Wales Police and Crime Commissioner, I vow to be that voice, your voice. I cannot undo any wrongdoing, I cannot turn back time, but I will challenge injustice and connect communities to feel safe and be safe. Thank you. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn I Nadine, and I'm sure you'll agree she is a great source of inspiration for all of us. Pob hwyl iddi hi wrth gwrs yn yr etholiad. Reit, cyn I symud ymlaen, dyma'ch atgoffa chi na diwedd y brif raglen yw diwedd y gynhadledd I chi sy'n aelodau. Mae yna un slot ar ôl o gyfarfodydd ymylol i'ch diddori. The final fringe event slot will include a session with the Building Communities Trust, who will be joined by Delith Jewell, and a session with the Royal National Institute of Blind People Cymru, who will be joined by both Rhyn ap Iorwerth and Dr Dai Lloyd. Ond cyn i'ch gadael chi, wel, mae gennym ni 2 eitem arbennig ar ôl. Before conference draws to a close, we do have 2 very special slots to come. A discussion on independence and a closing speech from our parliamentary leader, Liz Saville-Roberts. So join us again at 3:30, so that's 5 minutes. Shmai, croeso nôl I chi gyd. Now, believe me, you do not want to miss these last two items of the Digital Spring Conference. Before we head over to Morfan Nefyn, where Liz Saville-Roberts will give the closing speech, we've got one final panel session. Dyna'r sesiwn, wel, mae llawer ohonoch chi siwr o fod wedi bod yn disgwyl amdano, dwi'n siŵr. Dyma'r sesiwn a referendum annibyniaeth I Gymru. Rhyn ap Iorwerth opened the conference with a speech, and now he'll chair our final panel event. I'm sure he'll kindly introduce these fantastic panellists. Felly Rhyn, siwr wyt ti?
Dwi'n arbennig o dda. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y cyflwyniad, a mae'n braf iawn bod yma ar lwyfan rhithiol y gynhadledd unwaith eto. Thanks for the introduction. It's good to have your company as we near the end, the crescendo of this conference, and what a crescendo we'll try to make it as we discuss the issue of independence. A few housekeeping rules. I won't need to point you to the exits as we might usually do, but I will need to point out a few things relating to translation and that kind of thing. We're on Teams, so it doesn't quite work as smoothly and effectively as it would on Zoom, but if you're watching on Facebook, you should be able to get the translation feed as you have done throughout the conference, so no problem there at all. If you're watching on the website and you want a translation into English, you might want to just pop over, if you're not there already, to partyof.wales/conference. That should make sure that you get your the feed translated. The interesting element here is that there'll be no translation for our guests. So if you want to contribute in Welsh, absolutely do so, but you might hear me then translating to make sure that our guests can all understand. If you want to put your questions through the Facebook comments, do so. They'll be drawn to my attention. Put them on in Welsh if you want. Gofynnwch eich cwestiynau'n Gymraeg, yna ni wneud yn siŵr bod chi'n gallu rhyngweithio efo'r sesiwn yma yn y Gymraeg. Felly ffwrdd a ni. Mae annibyniaeth yng nghanol wrth galon y drafodaeth ar wleidyddiaeth yng Nghymru. Independence is very much in the mainstream. For many of us, independence and the pursuit of establishing Wales as a nation has been a big driver towards bringing us to Plaid Cymru. It's been a big driver towards our involvement in politics. But now, with the growth of Yes Cymru, the growth amongst the population in support for independence, and I think as significant, a preparedness to engage with independence. It means that we can address and engage with the independence issue in a different way as a party too. I'm looking forward to having a conversation about where we're at as we approach, hopefully, forming government in Plaid Cymru as we intend to do in May, and building towards a referendum on independence in this decade. We'll discuss it with three panellists. Mike Russell, a pleasure to have you with us today, member of the Scottish Parliament for the SNP for Argyll and Bute, Cabinet Secretary for the Constitution, Europe and External Affairs, was remarkably busy during the Brexit discussions, I know, and worked very closely with Steffan Lewis, also Plaid Cymru during that period. Former Chief Executive of the SNP as well, before going into elected politics himself. Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
Cindy Liz Ike is with us as well. How are you, Cindy Liz? Cindy Liz is a scientist, is a poet, is a Black human rights activist, master's degree from the Imperial College London, currently studying as a PhD bioscience research scholar at Cardiff University. Lots of headers to your cap, and a prominent member of the Black Lives Matter movement in Wales, and also a very active member of Plaid BME as well. Pleasure to have you with us. Looking forward to our chat. And Tegid is with us as well. Tegid Roberts. How do I introduce Tegid? How will this do, Tegid? Entrepreneur, and director of Cadarn Consulting, business consultancy that is about creating jobs and helping businesses create jobs in Wales. Has had some great successes in that. Actually, was a major part of bringing the Sony Raspberry Pi project to fruition in Wales. Also very, very closely involved with the development of the finance sector in Wales as a director of Bank Cymru, a project that I am very, very confident will lead to providing a full banking service across Wales within our communities, and somebody who's very interested in the economics of independence as well as the other elements of that discussion. Tegid croeso ata ni. Right then, let me start with you, Mike. You are in Scotland, which feels to us very much on the verge of taking that decision to become an independent nation. Came so close, of course, a few years ago, and the support for independence has grown since then. When you look from outside at Wales and the developing independence debate here, what does it remind you of in terms of the stage of the debate in Scotland?
Well, first of all, thanks for asking me to take part in this. And I want to be a typical politician. I'll caveat what I say with two things before I start. One is Scotland isn't independent yet. And it's really important to say that because we're not coming along and saying, look what we've done. We've still got an awful lot to do. And although I think the last 22 opinion polls have independence in the majority, either in the majority or level pegging, we've still got a lot of work to do. And the second thing I want to say is no two circumstances are the same as far as independence is concerned. There is a bit of a tendency in all of the independence movements to make comparisons, but actually all the circumstances are unique. And it's a very hard thing that Wales and Scotland are engaged in. Actually becoming independent in the early part of the 21st century, as when you're already part of a mature democracy, has never been done. And we need to remember that. It's a very important thing. So what we're trying to do is very hard indeed. Having put those caveats in, I think you are probably around about where we were in the first 5 to 6 years of this century. Fortunately, that's not last century, so there's cause for great optimism, I have to say. You have to take government because a long time ago in the SNP, our view was when people trusted us to govern in some things, they would eventually trust us to govern in all things. And I think that is how it has turned out now. The pandemic has had something to do with it. Brexit has had quite a lot to do with it. But once you are in government, you are able to make a decisive step. That's what we did in 2014, going from a time when independence had been in the 20s to the 30s to the 40s, and indeed at one stage during that campaign was ahead. We have been in government, continue to be in government. I hope we'll be in government again after the election in May. And then we have the opportunity to hold the referendum from government and then to move forward. So that's the sine qua non. But you're getting there. You're going to get there. We're both going to get there. And we're both then, I hope, we'll be independent members of the EU, because the other really important thing. Independence isn't about moving away from something. It is joining the mainstream. It is finally having the opportunity to do that. And that's what we should aim to do. And as we discuss this, I think it may also become obvious from certainly the work I've been doing in the last few years that that is also a wonderful way in which we can redefine relationships without the angst that might otherwise come along. Membership of the EU actually is a sine qua non now of making this work.
Mike, thanks for those opening thoughts. We can delve deeper into some of those comments in the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so. I'm going to come to you next, Cindy Liz. And more people like you, young people, are getting involved in the independence debate. What is it that turned you on to this debate as something that excites you and as something that you see as part of what can make Wales a better, fairer, more equal nation?
I think for me, one thing that has really stood out to me is, for instance, the Plaid BME section and the fact that within Plaid, there was another, what I like to term a Russian doll. There was another doll in which I could live and I could reside and be comfortable within. So the Plaid BME section is perfect, a perfect fit for me. And I think that's really exhilarated my thoughts towards independence, and it's given me some time to give it some true thought. And as a young person, I believe in the independence of Wales for very particular reasons. My identity is, of course, very showing. I mean, my phenotype, it goes without saying. I am Black. I'm a Black individual. And as a Black individual who lives and works in Wales, I found that I have a lot of empathy towards any nation that wants its independence. I mean, it goes without saying that today is Ghana's Independence Day. And yes, some would argue that it's not equatable to the freedom of colonial rule and the independence in that way. But as somebody who has ancestry of African nature, of an African background, being an African myself and living in Wales, and very much identifying as Welsh as well, I'd say that, yes, I have a lot of empathy towards a nation that wants independence. And there's a lot of similarities in that way. So being able to see POC Indie Wales coming across quite clearly, the voices of ethnic minority people and Black and Asian people as well coming across in Wales very strongly, I think that in itself is a true testament to just how pure, almost, I'd say, dare I say, is that this initiative is, this movement for an independent Wales is very much in itself very exhilarating. So, yeah.
You've said some really interesting things there that I really want to ask some other questions on, but I won't, because I will in a minute. But I'm going to ask Tegid, and you can do this using an economic sort of hat on. You can use your head, you can use your heart, you can use a combination of the two, because that's what it tends to be. But where do you think we're at, Tegid? We've been talking about independence for a number of years now, you and I, but we are in a different place now. It feels as if we're in a different place.
Well, we're very much in a different place from where we were even 10 years ago. So my journey here, I think, was that I grew up in North Wales and grew up in a Welsh-speaking household, moved and lived in England for 18 years, and was sort of, fairly distant to what Wales was doing at that time. And then of course we had the devolution referendum, which I came home to vote for, and then from that point on, there seemed to be a movement then, I think, for Wales to have self-governance. And what I've noticed over the last 10 years is that devolution settlement has become less and less good enough. As simple as that. There are so many things that we cannot control. There are so many things that we have to rely on Westminster to decide for us. Even just simply funding Wales, how Wales is funded, is entirely dependent on how England is funded first, and that's just simply not good enough. I'm married to a half Indian, half Chinese Singaporean Rada, and so I've seen, I've been to Singapore a few times, and I've seen a small nation of 8 million people succeeding really very well in many areas, not in all areas, but in many areas, and how a nation can grow really rather rapidly from what was quite a difficult start, and we're fantastically further on than Singapore was, for instance, in 1965. We have a relatively modern economy, we have a relatively modern society and infrastructure. It's not perfect, but we've got a hugely solid base to build on and build towards independence in Wales. I think it's an extraordinary project, and I think we'll succeed. If 39% of the population in Wales now support independence, wow. I mean, the jump from 13 to 39 is 300%. That's what we've seen in the last, let's say, 10 years. To get from 39 to 51 is only an increase of 30%. Yeah? So there's a huge jump. We've seen a huge jump in the last 10 years. And I think we are
further on than where Scotland was in 2006, actually. I think the debate now is day to day. I'm seeing it, nearly everybody I speak to in Wales now, from all ages, all backgrounds, this is, one of the key topics now is where we go forward. And given that federalism, as far as I can see, is unworkable because England cannot federalise itself. There's no desire to federalise in England whatsoever. Then the route out has to be via independence, and that's for Scotland, obviously, as well. And we haven't had our referendum, remember, as well. So if we did have a Welsh government who supported a referendum, there is absolutely no reason why the UK government could say no, because there is a precedence, and then we go straight to the Supreme Court if they say no. Anyway, I've said enough.
Again, plenty of food for thought from you there, Teggy. Where can I start? I mean, one thing that you said there, you think we're further ahead than Scotland were at the start of this century. One thing that certainly has changed is the context. Scotland was a nation not being driven towards independence by anything external. It was all homegrown, if you like. Wales is being driven towards at least having that debate on independence because the world is changing so fast around us. To what extent do you think, Mike, that really, really pushes the debate forward and accelerates the debate in Wales?
I think your understanding of Scotland I wouldn't entirely agree with. Although people look at Scotland from outside and say it was a nation that had distinct institutions, there is an analysis that you can apply to this to say that actually was a disadvantage too, because those institutions were creatures of the Union, education, the church, the law, and they had a vested interest in preserving the Union. Far from encouraging the Union, they might have been institutions that actually stopped the debate developing. I think we are all being driven by some external forces which are very important. I should say to Tegid, when I said 2006, it wasn't dismissive in any way. I do think there is a difference, and I think the difference has been created by external factors, certainly by Brexit, by the fact that you look at what the United Kingdom government is doing, and you look at the aspirations of Wales and Scotland, and to some extent Northern Ireland, and there is a huge gulf in there, huge difference in what expectation is. I mean, I've seen it most recently in Scotland. I have responsibility for electoral matters as well, and I was instrumental in setting up the Citizens' Assembly in Scotland 18 months ago, and they've just reported. And they have a vision of Scotland, a very radical, and actually extremely inspiring vision of Scotland. And you set that alongside what you hear, the dismal nonsense you hear from Michael Gove and others who pretend that they know about Scotland, and there is simply no comparison. Where the people of Scotland want to go is not where Michael Gove wishes to send them, frankly, and that's a huge difference. So what we now have to do is to accept that with those external forces working, then we have to persuade people that the only way to resolve that is by choosing independence. And that was Tegid's point, and it's a very good point. There are no other options. You can't have a unilateral declaration of federalism. It doesn't work because you can't tell people what to do in other places. So you either choose independence or you choose Brexit Britain. That is the choice. There is no, in 2014, there was a status quo. You could, if you were troubled by this, you could lean back and say, oh, well, we'll just go on as we are. You can't do that now. No. You have to choose one or the other. And that is where and choose also after the pandemic, how you rebuild. And that is a really big issue. Are you going to let Johnson rebuild Scotland? Or are you going to let the people of Scotland rebuild Scotland? Are you going to have that done for Wales, from outside Wales? Or are you going to make your own decisions? As Cindy is talking about the type of country that she wants to live in. In order to, we can make that country after the pandemic, but we've got to make those decisions. Now those are changes in external forces, and they're extremely important.
You could say, of course, that things are very different in Wales. Wales voted marginally for Brexit. Some will no doubt see that as a vote of confidence in the Union. I don't actually. There are lots of people who want Wales to be an independent country who voted for Brexit. Is that an issue? Is that a problem, Tegid, in that not everybody in the same way as you have in Scotland, big, strong votes to remain in the European Union. That wasn't the case in Wales. Is that going to hold us back necessarily, do you think?
I think we need to separate the issue. I think we need to look at Welsh independence as a self-governance project where we have a central bank and we have a currency of our own. Aim for that. And then if there's a desire further on for us to have considerably closer links to the European Union, then we should have a referendum to say so, because it's no doubt from the referendum in Wales that it was close, 52-48. It was biased towards those who were older. Those who were younger certainly voted to remain. The picture will be different 10 years from now of whether we want to be a member of the European Union or not, and also take on their currency, the euro. We can do stages before that. We could join EFTA, which would mean that we are members of the European Economic Area. We could decide to have customs union with the European Union, as Turkey does, and build ourselves back to full European Union membership, but only if the population of Wales actually democratically agreed to that. Yeah. Because we are in a different position to Scotland, and considerably different from the position in Northern Ireland, who voted even more to remain. We have to take, but I personally think we need to keep them separate for now.
And I tend to agree with you. I mean, I'm a very, very strong European, pro-European, but it's being able to define our relationship with the European Union as an independent nation that's important to us. For young people, though, Cindy, Liz, it must be a driver, given the very clear voice of young people, I think, in that referendum.
I mean, I would argue, I completely understand where you're coming from, Reen, on that. Young people most definitely wanted to remain within the EU. There are a lot of benefits that come with remaining in the EU for young people. But I think I have to say, after hearing Tegid out, I do lean towards his argument in that there would need to be separation, because even the very notion of Wales as an independent nation might have an effect on the way in which the votes are cast this time around with relation to belonging to the EU, because Wales right now is a creature different from the Wales it would be if it were independent, I'd argue. So yes, indeed, I completely agree with Tegid in that there would need to be separation. It would need to be very clear cut. It needs to be dealt as separate issues almost, because there is room then within independence for that discussion that I'm very confident in saying that Wales would have and would be open to having in its own way, under its own rule. Yeah, so I have to say on that, Reen.
Yeah, I'm happy to park sort of Brexit for now, and it feels as if everybody's happy to sort of park it, knowing that independence gives us a route to do whatever we want to try.
Yeah, I think the Scottish dimension is so profoundly tied up with Europeanism. Absolutely. I think it's very hard to make the distinction. Scotland actually voted more to stay in the EU than Northern Ireland. The only people who were more enthusiastic were the Gibraltarians. So I think, from our position, it is the right thing to do, and it is what the people of Scotland have asked to do. So I tend to be very sceptical about the EFTA EEA route. I'm not against it, but I think if you're going to be honest to what people want, you should be honest. But every independence movement is different, and it is entirely up to you how you do it. We'll support you. We'll support you for EU membership once we're in there. Don't worry. So
wonderful. There is, and that leads us on to another external factor. Okay, Wales might be bounced into becoming independent. There is so much change that may well be in the pipeline. Feels as if it's in the pipeline. We've discussed Scotland. I think the direction of travel in Ireland is fairly clear to me, though things can change. But there's a direction of travel that I'm seeing in Ireland that could end up with a united Ireland at the end of it. And European Union is certainly a big factor in that. Is that why, above all, it's so important now to have that route mapped out, to having a referendum in Wales, Cindy? Because we don't want to be in a position where it's just England and Wales left, and we haven't thought about the constitutional ramifications of that and how we might want to make our own decisions.
I think introducing independence and the root of independence so early on in the day and making that promise that if we were to be in government as Plaid, then we would be initiating those plans immediately. I think that speaks volumes. I think it speaks volumes in way of having a coherent route, being open and transparent about the actual hopes and desires of the party and reflecting the people most accurately as well. I think it's very, very important to be clear from the start and from the onset. And I think not too long ago, we made that very clear that that will be the case if Plaid were to be in government. So, yeah, I think it's very important. Have I misunderstood the question, Reen?
No, not at all. Exactly that. It's being prepared. There are people who maybe can't quite believe that this might happen, to Scotland and to Ireland, that end up in a few years from now finding, oh gosh, they've gone. What are we gonna do? That's why we need to have that discussion now, and maybe that's a big part of why more people are willing to be engaged, because they can see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I think so. I think even Mark Drakeford can see the writing on the wall. I mean, he and David Melding as well. I mean, both have said now that they think that the union as it stands is over. So if the union as it stands is over, what next, and what does that mean for Wales? Does it mean independence? Does it? Because federalism, I can't see it. I just can't see federalism at all. So therefore, we need to prepare. So we need to think about what our economy is going to look like, what our currency is going to look like, what's that border going to look like with England, what's our border with the European Union going to look like. I mean, this stuff is necessary, difficult work that we need to do. We cannot be held, we cannot be in the position like Brexit, where you have a vote, it goes the way you don't want it to go, and then you're scrambling like crazy then to sort the problem out. We cannot be in that position. We need to be well prepared, I think, with a plan and as detailed as it can be to where we go next. And then we have control. We then have control over the process, in my opinion. Preparation is key.
And again, being in government is such a major part of that. I remember Mike being up in Glasgow campaigning in the referendum in 2014. And was it 2014? Yes.
It was.
And there was a copy of the big, thick document, which you have there. There it is.
There it is. I almost crippled myself carrying that round every village hall in Argyll and Bute, I have to tell you. So, yeah.
Well, the story, I've told this story many, many times, but it really did leave a lasting memory of the state of that document in that cafe in Glasgow. It was covered in coffee and sort of encrusted in sugar, and because it had been read and studied by people over a coffee, and this was happening the length and breadth of Scotland.
Oh, yeah.
And this was a document that hadn't just been drawn up by the SNP, of course. This was a government document with the might of the civil service behind it. How important was that?
For its time, it was very important. I'm not sure we do it the same way this time. I mean, one of the lessons of the Brexit referendum, sorry to go back to that, was, you can get yourself into trouble with too much detail as you can get yourself into trouble with too little detail. So you need to think carefully about that. I mean, we've looked at this document again and said, would we do it in exactly the same way? And the answer is probably no, we wouldn't do it in exactly the same way. But what you're pointing to is an enthusiasm that took place in 2014, which is still there with many people. This was not a divisive event. This is why the Tories try to sell it, what a divisive event it was. It was a very productive, it was a very positive event. Young people and older people debated what type of country they wanted to live in and are still debating that. But I think the point you asked earlier on with Cindy was a really interesting one in terms of getting to independence by accident. And I think there is an element operating in Wales, which I hadn't really thought about until today, but I can see beginning to operate.
And it lies in the willingness of Mark, and I've worked closely with Mark Drakeford on Brexit, for example, to say that the union is over, in the hope, presumably, that there will be a changed union. And that's what's happened in Scotland, of course. You know, we've had 3 Scotland Acts, and that will, in some sense, persuade people to stay. Now, that hasn't worked. Well, it has partially worked in Scotland, because it was an element in 2014. But Johnson is not in that game. Johnson is in the game of saying no to any of these changes. He doesn't believe in them. You know, if you believe in Brexit, you do not believe in subsidiarity. You do not believe in the parliaments of the other parts of the country having a say in anything. And also, you've got the warning ringing in his ears from George Osborne and others. You know, if this happens under your watch, you're done for as a politician, a Tory politician, and you're done for in terms of holding on to the seat in the Security Council and all those things. So I think we're seeing developing in Wales and perhaps in Scotland an interesting dynamic, a demand for independence from Plaid and others, and a growing national debate, an intransigence in the UK government, and they will be and are intransigent, and they will go on. The Internal Market Act is a sign of that. This is going to get even worse. And in the middle, those people who think they can find a compromise. And you know, if you choose to be in the middle of the road, you do tend to get run down. And I think that is what you may see with those who are trying to get that compromise. And people, I think, are more likely then to come to this point I've made earlier. It can be one or the other. It cannot be both. And I think that is your advantage in persuading people to choose independence. If, as Tegan said, you've worked out the detail, you've worked out the arguments. Perhaps not in this exhaustive detail here, but you have worked it out, you know?
Yeah. Gordon Brown has been trying to do that, of course, with Scotland.
Gordon is always trying to do it. I was at university with Gordon, and Gordon has been, you know, he is a grand old man of Scottish politics, but he is now like a dinosaur. You know, he has no relevance to this debate any longer. And that is true largely of the Labour Party at the present moment, and of the Liberal Democrats. This is a debate between the Conservatives, hardline, right-wing Conservatives, who do not like devolution and would like to see it undermined and removed, and independence. That's what we've got to. You know, the rest is noise.
I just want to ask one question actually, about the Labour Party's position on this, and I want to ask you, Cindy, if I can. You said that you had, at a fundamental level, empathy for countries that want their independence, and so do I. I feel it. I feel it strongly. Those in the Labour Party would also feel that naturally, that empathy, many of them, for independence for countries that seek it everywhere else in the world, but not here. Can you get your head around that?
I can't make any sense of it. I think it plays into the hands of the idea of having a UK government that is consisting of Scotland, England, and Wales, and this drive to keep it together, when in fact these are distinct nations with distinct characteristics. And as a person with such a complex heritage and background, I can see the differences on the surface level and deep as well within the way in which each of these nations conducts itself and holds itself. I think in particular, something that really strikes me within the independence movement and the independence of Wales, at least that what I hope will become the independence of Wales, is the notion that jurisdiction will be focused on and will be changed and will be specific for Wales and will allow for the creation of something new. I think as an ethnic minority person, very important. I can't wait to see just how much of that will incorporate this idea of fairness for all. Yeah. For me, that's a pertinent point. Jurisdiction, how that will change and how that will change to suit the way Wales looks today, modern Wales, no longer being sort of held down and tied down to old ways that don't work for Wales at all.
I should just make a point, which, in terms of inconsistencies, this week George Galloway, who has returned to Scotland to live in the part of Scotland called Galloway, he probably thinks it's named after him being George, but George this week has announced he'll be voting Conservative. and quite seriously, because he has this Alliance for Unity party, which he has formed, and they have a tactical voting list. Now, when you get to that level of insanity, frankly, then all bets are off. And what we will see is people taking positions that have no intellectual validity. And it is simply a fear of, as Cindy has said, what is called the United Kingdom, this old construct, breaking up. And the vested interests that it threatens are enormous. And we should remember that. The seat in the Security Council I've mentioned before, it's there. It's in play in this, as is the image of the global Britain. And this is very threatening. And we need to normalize it. I very often in these debates just sit back and say there is nothing exceptional or unnatural or unusual about a small country wishing to say we want to run our own affairs. I mean, everybody does it. So why are we getting so excited about it?
Yeah. This willingness to engage, we're definitely seeing it. Even if people haven't yet become fully paid up supporters of independence, there's a willingness to at least ask the questions. And that we could see that happening in Scotland in 2014, even though the vote didn't quite go the right way. At the end of the day, probably what happened in Scotland, and the biggest thing the risk that faces us is that people have cold feet. They become scared of something. It's easier to fall back on something you know rather than take a leap into the unknown. Before I go to Tegid for his thoughts on the economic issue, the pound in your pocket or whatever currency in your pocket, was that the main issue in Scotland?
Well, it was one of the issues. I mean, Europe was an issue where the argument was you couldn't stay in the EU if you became independent. Now, the irony of that is those people who said it are the people now taking us out of the EU. So I mean, we need to. Trouble is, people are forgetful about this. But I'm sitting in my own constituency in rural Argyll, and just across the hill over there, across the loch at Tarbert in Loch Fyne, on the day before the referendum in 2014, I was sitting outside the Bank of Scotland, on the quayside in Tarbert, with an old woman whom I knew, and she was going in to withdraw her life savings. And she was going in to do it because she was terrified that that money would be removed from her by independence. There would be a run on the banks, and there would be... Now, that was not going to happen, but it was the scare story of there being no money, of the savings being discounted, of pensions not being... Now, those are very serious matters. Yeah. And they will be serious matters in the coming debate for all of us. Now, we can never give people 100% assurance, never. But what we can do is to tell people the truth about it and help them to come to a judgment upon it. And that's what we should do.
I remember one, during that build up to 2014, a poll was done. You remember better than me, no doubt. But it was about what kind of assurance somebody in Scotland would want of their financial position and that of their family. And it worked out that if people could be persuaded that they would be £500 better off,
absolutely.
that would be enough. So that's the kind of price.
Yeah. It is, but we've also got to remember two things that are important. One is that people don't trust politicians. So if I say to somebody, your money is going to be okay, they're not going to trust me on that. They think I'm lying to them about it. And, we have to recognize that. But the other side of that coin, unfortunately, is that people ask for a balanced, impartial view of the facts, and there is no such thing. I don't want to delve too deeply into philosophy at this time on a Saturday afternoon, but there is no such thing as that fact, which will reassure them that everything's going to be fine. So what we need to do is to have an aspirational discussion, and this is what Cindy is talking about, and it's what happened in Scotland and needs to go on happening. This is not about saying everything will be all right today or tomorrow. This is everything will be all right because we are going to create the country that we all want. This is about a job of co-creation. So, it can be risky. There will be things that will be difficult, but we trust each other to create that country in which we would want to live. And contrast that with trusting Boris Johnson, Michael Gove, Jacob Rees-Mogg, God help us, to construct a country. And that is a contrast which I think persuades people.
Tegid, I have no issue with the economics of an independent Wales, simply because there's nothing particularly unusual about a country of Wales's size being independent. There are many, many countries that are far smaller than Wales who make it work. Running a country isn't like running a household. I'm convinced. but I'm a politician. I'm involved in this. What we need is to persuade the general public that the economics can work. How do you do that, Tigid?
Well, I mean, you look at the economics as we see it now over the last 12 months. So we've had the largest drop in UK GDP since records began, so over 300 years. We've seen the largest deficits created at 370 billion for at least 300 years, since 1694. I think it is 1694, since the Bank of England started. That deficit has been worked through by the Bank of England, and what they did was the deficit was created. They issued government debt, and then the Bank of England, using quantitative easing, bought back that amount of debt and cancelled it. So there's absolutely no doubt to me that Wales, with a central bank and its own currency, could deal with its own deficit, which is currently less than the UK deficit. UK deficit is currently 370 billion on a GDP of 1.8 trillion. Yes, our deficit is roughly similar, if slightly less. So there's no doubt in my mind where we could do this. Another thing to think about is, during this entire Brexit shambles, exports out of the UK have dropped by 68%. 68%. Yeah. It's extraordinary in the last 2 months. And the changes that have been made from leaving the customs union are permanent. This isn't sort of collywobbles. This isn't, challenges of bits of paper. These are permanent changes. Yeah. Yeah. So we are in a state of considerable economic flux and chaos. Anything that Wales would do itself as an independent country couldn't be any worse. We've got a third of the population on furlough. We are in a real hole. The UK is in a real hole, and I really think that Wales could do considerably better ourselves if we controlled all these things ourselves. I think the Johnson government is toxic, absolutely toxic. So the UK economy, UK relationships with other countries, our closest neighbours, absolutely toxic. And I think the UK government position could get worse. I think things could get worse. Yeah. So I'm in no doubt that Wales could be independent. Yeah. It just needs to be, relatively sensible. If it was relatively sensible, we'd be fine.
Get you involved, Tigid.
Well, there are tens of thousands of people in Wales who can see that what we have in the UK at the moment is utter chaos, absolute chaos.
It's a good campaign slogan for a company. We'll be relatively sensible. I mean, I suspect it's a winner. Yeah, absolutely, it's a winner.
Do you trouble yourself, Cindy, Liz, with issues such as the economy? Is it in the back of your mind? Because I don't think that it's the economic argument that's driving lots of sort of young people when it comes to the independence debate. It's issues of sort of the newness, the excitement, the possibilities, the fairness that we can achieve. But is the economy somewhere in the background for you? Is it as a doubt, or opposite, something that you think could actually be something that works in our favour? The fact that we could be an economic force as an independent country.
I think it's there. I'd say it's most definitely there. Not as well versed as Tigid, mind you, but there nonetheless. And I think it comes more in this way that in order to be able to, you were speaking earlier of how do we really put people on board, not be afraid. The indie curious, for instance, how do we get them on board? And I think it's just a matter of communication and how we communicate the advantages and the disadvantages, if there be any, and to what extent they may be, as Michael was alluding to earlier. So I think this most definitely there amongst the young people. I think any sensible young person is considerate of the economy and the economics behind becoming independent. And I think it just needs to be communicated to the young people as a young person would have it. Because just as Michael said, there's no way we want a dozen-paged mighty book full of detail, but a video, for instance, could go down quite well.
Yeah. And you know what is really important to me, and I'm sure it is to the three of you as well, take people's fears seriously. Respect the questions that people have. Respect and understand the doubts that people have and engage with those. Is that important, Cindy?
Most certainly. Most certainly, definitely, because I have this a lot in the sciences. We always say, and I know it's an old adage, but there's no such thing as a silly question. When you've been in a field for a long time, everything becomes obvious to you. Everything is as crystal clear, is very crystal clear. But when you are young, as myself, and you have questions that you believe are the first time in which they've been asked, you still have those questions, and they still need to be answered. And they need to be answered in a compassionate way, with the understanding that this person is young, does not know as much or may not, and needs to learn more. And therefore, we need to provide that information in a way that's accessible for them as well.
Yeah. One of the reasons we've been investing in and building the Citizens' Assembly movement is because I think many of us were impressed, for example, how the question of abortion was dealt with in Ireland through a referendum, where referenda can be divisive. They don't have to be, and I don't think the Scottish one was. But they can be, and when they deal with a subject like that, and they were able to, by a process, reconcile people to different positions, maybe not all change their minds, but find a way forward. It was very important. We learned from that. The Citizens' Assembly, we had looked at a different set of questions, but it was a learning experience. And I am absolutely sure that the next referendum we have will have to be very different from the last one in that regard. It will have to draw people onto the side of yes, but it will equally have to engage with those people who will not be yes, and will feel, as I felt on the morning after the Scottish referendum, how do we make sure that they are engaged in the process of nation building, and how do we get the best from them? And that is a really big issue for the next referendum, and it has to be thought through very carefully indeed. And it's part of the process of getting to the referendum, it's part of the process of the campaign, and it's about being prepared for what happens after that referendum. They're all part of it.
Yeah. Down to the last couple of minutes, so I'm going to wrap up, if I can, with the other context that we have. It's been a terrible, terrible year. It's been a year of loss, of loneliness for many, of pain, of financial insecurities, and we think of people who are grieving and who are in depths of despair because of what has happened. It has created a different way of thinking about the world in many ways, I think. A different way of thinking about Wales, a new understanding of devolution, a new understanding of the art of the possible, what we can do as a nation. Tegid, do you think that has been a real force for changing attitudes in Wales towards our own country?
I think so. In the past, I've known members of the Welsh NHS who thought that the person who ran the NHS was actually the person who ran the NHS in England. So even though they worked for Welsh NHS, they didn't realise that NHS was devolved. And I don't think there's many people in Wales now who don't think that Wales runs the NHS in Wales. And I don't think there are many people in Wales who thinks that education in Wales is run in England either. So devolution has done a fantastic job that nearly 20 years of media in Wales has failed to do, which is to make sure that the Welsh population understands what devolution is, and that Wales has considerable powers over huge areas of day-to-day life. So we don't have powers over defence and borders and things, but certainly we have considerable powers over the day-to-day life. And in many ways, we're doing better here than certainly they've been doing in England.
Yeah. I'm going to give the last word to you on this, Cindy, if I can. Hopefully this will leave a positive legacy. It has to. We have to come out of it better. In some way, we have to find ways of learning lessons from the past year. Will if we have become more compassionate and more grateful for people who care for us and that kind of thing, does that contribute positively, as I think it does, do you think, to the debate on where we go as a country? And the kind of country we want it to be?
Yes. I think we are seeing, I always say, theory is very different from practicals, particularly in the laboratory. You can read 1,000 scientific books on the calcium and mitochondria and oocytes, which is what I do. But when it comes to being in the laboratory and actually studying the oocytes, you find that the handiwork is very different from the theoretical. And I think what we've seen at play through this pandemic is the handiwork of devolution and the fact that we do have control over our health and we do have control over our education. We were able to make decisions that were right for Wales specifically, and the fact that we are operating as a nation, and this horrible virus has also almost been working in a way that is contained to the region in which it's flaring up or lowering down and simmering down. So I'd say very important to take note of all the positive things that we have been able to achieve in those sectors, in those areas, because of the fact that we have powers over it for ourselves, meaning that imagine what it would be like if we had power over everything. Imagine what we would be able to achieve if we would just extrapolate from what we have seen. We'd see that we'd be the best.
I think that's a pretty good place to end.
Simplistic.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Cindy Liz, for your company. To Mike Russell up there in Argyll and Butte, and to Tegid Roberts as well. Thank you for contributing to such a fascinating debate, fascinating from where I was sitting anyway. So thank you. Diolch yn fawr iawn i'r tri o'na chi. Diolch I bawb o'na chi sydd wedi gwylio y sesiwn yma, y pnawn yma. Megis dechrau ma'r drafodaeth ar annibyniaeth, mor fyrlymus ydy hi yn barod. Mae yna gyffro mawr o'n blaen ni yn y blynyddoedd I ddod a'r gwaith I ni ym Plaid Cymru ydy dod â phobl Cymru efo ni. Our job in Plaid Cymru is to bring people with us on this journey, and it's going to be an exciting one. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi. Pob wyl, and thank you all.
This is the Keeper's Pond on top of the Blorange Mountain. Just over the brow you have Blaenavon, crucible of the Industrial Revolution. The waters of this pond used to be piped down to the town's ironworks, now a World Heritage Site, but once a red-hot powerhouse of heavy industry. And over there you have the Sugarloaf, the Black Mountains, beautiful, unspoilt Wales stretching north and west. We live in a time when the question of independence for Wales is gaining traction, indie curiosity. Even from up here, the problem is out of sight. Westminster, home of the landlord who long ago came and took, who in the more recent time of the Industrial Revolution came and took even more, which would be sort of okay if the taking had come with any putting back, reinvesting, making good. No, license to take was always more applied than the responsibility to replace. Take the spoils here and leave the scars there, industrially and culturally. Smother the language, outbid the locals. Welsh language? Oh, no thank you. A second home? How delightful. The sense of abandonment is plainly visible up here, even if every effort is made to spin neglect into something quaintly historical. It's like castles as ancient monuments, lovely for a picnic, but built originally to fortify the presence of the invader, now the landlord, over there. It can be bleak up here, but it is ultimately glorious. Your imagination can roam up here. Ideas can take hold. Our land, free of the landlord. Our land, run by us. The idea, like the old ironworks, it needs to be watered to work, to grow. We, must become political. The only party that embraces independence for Wales is Plaid Cymru.
llais unigryw Eddie Butler fyna, wrth gwrs, diolch o galon iddo fe am gyfrannu. A diolch o galon hefyd i Rhin a'r panel am y sesiwn arbennig yna. Reit, cyn i fynd ymlaen at yr araith glo, dyma gyfle, wel, i wneud ychydig o ddiolchiadau. Before we get to the final speech, there are a few words of thanks, of course, that need to be said. Yn gynta, wel, diolch o galon yn syml iawn i'r noddwyr ni. Thank you very, very much to our fantastic sponsors. They've contributed to this digital spring conference with their range of fringe events throughout both days. We really were spoilt for choice. A special thank you, of course, goes out to our headline sponsor, the Royal College of Nursing Cymru. Diolch arbennig i adrannau Plaid Cymru am agor y gynhadledd i'r aelodau nos Iau. Thank you to Merched Plaid and Undeb, Plaid Pride and Plaid BME, Plaid Ifanc and the Councillors Association for a wonderful start to the conference for members on Thursday evening. Diolch yn fawr iawn i aelodau etholedig Plaid Cymru, wrth gwrs, am gymryd rhan. Thank you to all the elected members and candidates for the speeches, contributions and the wonderful participation. Ond yn olaf ac yn benna, wel, diolch i chi, y ddylodau ar gynulleidfa ehangach am ddod gyda ni ar y siwrne ryfedd, rithiol ond arbennig hon drwy raglen lawn top o ddigwyddiadau. Most of all, thank you to you, the members and the wider audience for joining us on this strange, virtual yet special journey through a jam-packed programme of events. I hope you've all enjoyed. But this is not the end. Members are encouraged to join the remaining fringe events, and all, of course, are welcome to join the art auction later this evening with Mr Gareth Potter. Ond am y tro, wel, draw ni nesaf at Liz Saville-Roberts ar draeth hyfryd Morfa Nefyn. Felly, diolch yn fawr iawn i chi gyd, a hwylfar.
Mae'n bleser i mi eich annych heddiw, nid o goridorau tywyll San Steffan, ond o harddwch Morfa Nefyn. Does un man yn debyg i adre, medden nhw. Mae'r flwyddyn ddetha di amlygu ystyr y dywediad hwn mwy nag eriod, trwy wneud i ni werthfawrogi pwysigrwydd cael cartre clud a chymunedau clos, un iechyd ac un ysbryd ac un lles. Pan da ni'n meddwl am y teimlad o fod adre, da ni'n teimlo yn gyfforddus ac yn ddiogel. Pan mae'n sefyllfa frawychus, mae meddwl am adre yn dod a chysur. I rai sydd heb gartre, mae'r gair yn dod ag ysfa am ddyfodol gwell. I mi, mae bod yn rhan o Blaid Cymru yn rhoi'r teimlad i mi o fod adre. Does dim ots lle dwi, ond yn ystod y pandemig, mae'r gallu gadw mae'n cysylltu gyda'n cyd-aelodau i drafod a rannu syniadau di bod yn donig i mi. Diolch yn fawr i chi gyd. Ond i nifer yn ystod y pandemig, mae'r syniad o adre wedi chwalu gan Covid. Mae adre petlach yn dod â theimladau o unigedd, o ofn ac yn sicrwydd. Mae miloedd o alwydydd wedi dioddau galar a phoen, salwch a cholled. Heddiw, rwy'n gobeithio bydd dod at yn gilydd yn rithiol, yn dod â'r teimlad yna o ddod adre yn ôl. A'n tasg ni gyda'n gilydd yw sicrhau bod lle ar aelwyd Plaid Cymru i bawb sy'n credu yng Nghymru. Mae drws yn cartre ni ar agor. Mae'r aelwyd yn croesawu pawb sydd am glosio at yn gwerthoedd. Plaid Cymru offers a welcome to all those people who believe in Wales, a home to anyone who believes we're strong enough, big enough, clever enough to make our nation a better place to live. The election we face in a matter of weeks will be unlike any other we've ever fought. We're emerging from a health disaster of proportions that we've never seen. It's a mass casualty incident that has seen the worst civilian loss of life since World War II, and that by a long way. 67,635 civilians were killed in air raids on Britain. 984 of them were in Wales. But over 120,000 lives have already been taken by the coronavirus pandemic, over 5,000 of whom, tragically, were in Wales. This is all the more heartbreaking considering we were once told that 20,000 deaths would be a good outcome, although how could that be a good outcome? Each of those 120,000 deaths was avoidable. It's not the result of bad luck. It is the consequence of the catastrophic political choices by a negligent Tory government in Westminster with the Chancellor-in-Chief at the helm. When experts were warning of an oncoming pandemic, Prime Minister Johnson was boasting on television about shaking hands with COVID patients in a hospital. international borders were unmonitored for months. He undermined his own government's authority by refusing to dismiss Dominic Cummings, his chief advisor, for breaking his very own rules. And still, despite all this, the Welsh Conservatives are still calling for a one-nation approach. They see the party's mismanagement in England and beg to be subjected to the same chaos here in Wales. And to that we say, dim diolch. Some Tory candidates for the upcoming election have blithely promised to abolish Welsh democracy. Moderate pro-devolution candidates were unceremoniously ditched in favour of an array of Boris Johnson groupies. The days when the Conservative Party could credibly claim to be the pro-devolution party are long gone. The endeavours of moderate Tories to turn the party into a pro-devolution force since 1999 have been abandoned since 2016. It's clear there's no longer any welcome for those who believe in Wales within the Conservative Party. This is the party of Westminster knows best, with its eyes set on cutting down the green shoots of self-sufficiency and self-confidence here in Wales. So what does that mean for May's Senedd election? Given the Tory party's animosity towards our Parliament, it's clear that it can no longer make a credible claim to aspire to be a party of government here in Wales. Any party that fails to grant the institution any degree of respect surely cannot be trusted at its helm. How can you trust the captain who was sworn to scupper his ship of state? It is perfect to say that the Tory Conservative Party has now become an English nationalist party. These are not my words, but the words of the former Tory MP for Aberconwy. Are we content to be governed by a party intent on mocking and undermining all Welsh aspirations? Are we content to see our young democracy bulldozed by Boris Johnson? Of course we're not. If only we're all in the same room, he would hear Wales's thunder roar. Our nation is more confident than ever. The choice in this election is simple. If you believe in Wales, vote for Wales. But where does Labour fit into this? With their leader in London draping himself in the omnipresent Union Jack, Labour is a party which will always put its allegiance to the Union above everything else, even when faced with the Tories' disastrous mishandling of the pandemic. Where is the anger at the Tories' pandemic cronyism, billions of pounds of public contracts awarded to the Tories' friends, then unlawfully hidden from the public? And Labour choose to stay silent. That isn't leadership. That's hiding in the shadows until the storm has blown over. Where is the scrutiny of the damaging trade deal that's ruining the livelihoods of so many small businesses, of farmers, of fishermen and women? Where is the passion for standing up for what's right, regardless of whether it's politically convenient? And where is the confidence of our own government in our own people? Our Labour First Minister says that the temporary failure of the current occupants of power at Westminster to be an engine of distribution should not lead us to conclude that the system is incapable of delivering what is in Wales' interest. His own words are insufficient, but this isn't a temporary failure. Red and blue Westminster governments have let Wales down time and time again. We mustn't forget that Labour voted with the Conservative Westminster government to impose austerity, that Labour worked with the Conservatives to reject Plaid Cymru calls for Wales to receive fair funding in HS2, leading to Wales losing out on £5 billion of funding. Wales will lose 8 MPs in the next Westminster election. Our ability to effect change and even carry out scrutiny in London will be hampered even more. We shouldn't have to wait for a fantasy victory under a political system that is fundamentally stacked against us. We need the confidence to build our own future, regardless of what happens next door. We need a government that is driven by values and by convictions, not held back by a spineless reticence to oppose the Conservatives on just about anything, and a morbid obsession with protecting the status quo, even when that is at the expense of the well-being of the people of Wales. We need a party of government that stands up to the Tories' attacks on devolved powers, a party that won't sit on its hands faced with assaults on human rights and civil liberties. After the experience of the past year, we need a new way of thinking, a new way of working and a new way of governing. We know that countries with smaller populations, closed communities and well-funded public services have fared well in the pandemic. But still Labour opts to keep Wales shackled to Westminster. Labour was once a party for Wales, a party proud to stand up for values many of us in Wales hold dear. But now, with a leader who can't bring himself to criticise the most destructive government in living memory, not on COVID or on Brexit, The official opposition has abdicated its responsibility in the name of political convenience. If you believe in Wales, vote for Wales. As we approach May's election, those who believe in Wales must decide whether we want control of that destiny or whether we are content to let those who belittle us choose our future on our behalf. We can't trust Labour. Bereft of values and conviction, we can't trust them to stand up to Westminster. But as a Westminster party, through and through, why would they bother? Wales deserves a party that stands up for Wales. All of us who believe in Wales, let's vote for Wales. Let's turn Wales into a home we can all be proud of.